less than a fifth of their blocks are showing these unexpected transactions showing up. So they don't seem to be particularly malicious. They're not doing unexpected stuff the majority of the time. And then this, finally, as we're saying, this is what I would call the most aberrant type of transaction or unexpected transaction. What is a non-standard transaction? A non-standard transaction is still valid within the total global consensus rules. However, it is considered out of band for what is normally going to be relayed by a node. So basically, if you create a non-standard transaction, usually it means it's really, really large in its data size, or it's using more operations, more computational operations than is normally allowed. And what would happen if you create a non-standard transaction and you give it to a node, like I showed at the very beginning of this presentation? The node would look at it and it would say, okay, this is valid, but I'm actually not going to tell my peer nodes about this because it's not something that I want to relay over the network. So the point being that you cannot create a non-standard transaction and broadcast it out to the network and expect it to get confirmed. The only way that you can get a non-standard transaction confirmed is if you have a special relationship out of band with a mining pool that you can give to them via some other API that the mining pool has set up. And that mining pool then agrees to mine it in their block. Usually they're going to have to use some custom calls to their own node to tell their node to put it in their block template. So as you can see here, this is an extremely tiny number of transactions. F2 pool with the most non-standard transactions confirmed, but even then, we're talking 12 transactions over 11,000 blocks. So point being, this is, I think, probably the most interesting data to be focused on, and as we can see, is extremely minuscule and negligible at this point. So my general takeaways from all of this right now is this has been a very difficult problem, but I think it's important for us to be starting to monitor this type of thing so that if we start to see these metrics get out of line and become concerningly large, become frequent enough that it may actually affect things like transaction fee estimation, then those of us like myself can start to sound the alarm, can start to question the mining pools and say, hey, what are you doing here? This is potentially not good for the health of the network. So final takeaways, it's minuscule in volume right now, but I think it's worth us keeping track of. Historically, it's a very difficult problem for us to ensure that the quality of our data is out there. I think mempool.space so far has done the best job of this, and I'm going to be working with them going forward to ensure that their infrastructure is providing the best quality data. There's definitely some improvements that we're looking at them making to their APIs. And as I said, one of the main issues that I think is concerning here is people doing non-cryptocurrency value transfers. I'm not against that. I don't think that is automatically bad for Bitcoin. I do believe that Bitcoin is a type of database. It does have a very limited programming language. It does have a lot of utility and useful functionality other than just storing and transferring the value of Bitcoin itself. But as I said, as this space becomes more complicated, as people start creating new games and thus game theory on top of the Bitcoin protocol, it's just something that is worth us being cognizant of and continuing to keep our eyes open for weird things that could change the game theory of Bitcoin mining and the network itself. So as of today, the use of non-standard transactions is very low, and as far as we can tell, the significance or problem that could be caused by mining pools doing a lot of out-of-band transactions is very low, but I think it's worth us continuing to keep track of. So I'll take any questions if we've got a minute or two.
Maybe one, but we are running behind on time.
Well, stopping sniping and front running of transactions, if we're continuing to use this same model where everybody is publishing their data, then it's kind of the name of the game that you can look at what's out there and then you just say, okay, I'm going to pay a higher fee. Especially because now we have the ability to easily replace transactions, to say, my transaction got replaced by a bunch of other ones that are paying higher fee. Now I'm going to pay a higher fee. I don't think that that's necessarily bad. I think that is kind of a pure free market capitalism principle there. So I think it's worth an entire other discussion as to what should the actual guarantees be. If you're paying a specific fee, should you get a guarantee that you're going to get into a future block? It's up for debate.
Thank you. If you have any further questions, you can try to catch up with Jameson around here and make inquiries. So I think there was some definite proof of work in the amount of data that was compiled that I want to acknowledge. There's some real unsung heroes in this space that sift through mounds and mounds of data to get incredible results like that. So our next speaker is Frank Holmes. Frank is the executive chairman of Hive, and he's also the CEO of US Global Investors. Frank is a world-renowned investor, and he guided Hive to become the first publicly traded miner. Frank's talk is going to illuminate how Hive leads the industry by both sourcing green energy for all its data centers and how it sets standards for responsible mining and innovation. Let's put our hands together for Frank.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. Everyone put their arms up. The people are a little tired from last night, too much alcohol. All right, get the energy going, because I'm going to give you 45 slides in 30 minutes. That's 45 seconds per slide, and there's a test at the end, so everyone has to pay attention. I want to walk you through, first before I go, is a thanks so many people that have come. I have two directors that are here. I'm Dave Perrell, and I have Susan McGee hiding back there. Put your hand up, Susan. They're the independent directors. And then I have the key management team that's here and other people that are involved. Because I'm basically strategy and cheerleader, and the real brains I'm going to walk you through is the team that we've put together. And I think it's quite significant when we look at some of these numbers of efficiency and what we've done. But we have been empowering that sustainability, our commitment to being green and clean. Last week, Aydin Kilic, our CEO, and I were at NVIDIA, and the comment from the senior executives was that it's good that we're in green and that we have green data centers. There's a big interest. Interesting enough, the Bitcoin ecosystem doesn't give a shit. All they care about is what's your hash rate, what's your exahash, where you're going to go, where you're going to grow. And we've always stepped back and want to look at ourselves as a technology company. And in my journey of learning about this ecosystem comes from the money management, and I'm known for the world of gold. So I could easily move from gold into understanding the drivers behind Bitcoin. Both are decentralized assets. Both are significant in portable wealth, but in particular, gold you can wear. Bitcoin's hard to wear in a real technical way. 60% of gold's demand is love. So I'm trying to figure out at the beginning, where's the love come from Bitcoin? And the love comes from the ecosystem, the intellectual capital that's here. And so before I get into the details of as a technology company, I want to make sure you all understand risk and the DNA of volatility. Very important as a money manager that I highlight this, and it changes over time, but right now it's a non-event for 70% of the time for the stock market to go up or down 1%. It's a non-event. Gold is the same on a daily basis. 15 years ago, gold was higher than the S&P 500. So there's a change that takes place. Tesla is daily 3%. It used to be 6% until it went into the S&P 500. So there are events. There's a catalyst that goes through a transformation of one molecular structure to another, and the understanding of that, of Chemistry 101, you can understand capital markets better, that there's an event that can take place that changes this DNA of volatility. As you can see here, Bitcoin now is only 2% daily volatility. It was 4%. Creating all these ETF products in the US has been a significant game changer. And now they're going to allow options on those ETFs. That will also mutate that DNA of volatility, and it will also change liquidity. It will improve liquidity. Over 10 days is more significant than most investors, but you can see here that Tesla still is quite high at 9%. Hive is only for those that have strong courage and conviction to understand the industry, and it's 19% over any 10-day running period. It's a non-event for Hive to go up 19% and fall 19%. That's this DNA of volatility, and I'm happy to say that Michael Saylor, he's got a higher volatility than us, if you're afraid of volatility. So Hive is a technology company, and it's unique in the space because when I first went to launch it, I was trying to launch a Bitcoin ETF in 2017, and I recognized that it wasn't going to happen even after spending $1,000 an hour legal bills in Canada or the US on concerns on anti-money laundering laws and KYC. But when you're a miner, you don't have that problem. And you create the virgin coins. And therefore, I said I would put money up and participate as chairman and put up the seed capital to launch the first crypto mining company. There's so many things I did not know. I mean, it has been such a challenge, but at my age, it really has kept my dendrites and my neurons firing to learn all the time. And the biggest and the most significant part is data centers. And data centers are the key for the great digital transformation. If you don't have a data center, you don't have a mobile phone, you don't have Netflix, you don't have Spotify, you don't have gaming, it's all gone. So data centers is what's key. And when we come into Bitcoin mining, I learned that data centers, it's all about ASIC chips. Whereas Ethereum, before it went for the dark side, from the light side, that is from proof of work to proof of stake, it was GPU chips that was necessary, more complex. Well, you don't realize at the beginning that complexity has allowed Hive to pivot and also go into AI, the first to go into AI. So we have up here many firsts. First to go public. It was my proxy not to have a Bitcoin ETF. Thank God I didn't hold my breath because 2017 is when Hive started, and just this year in the US, the Bitcoin ETFs came out. So it had been a long wait. But we were the first to go out, and immediately Hut 8 came out, went public, following on the success of us. Novakratz went public in Canada with his company Galaxy on the success of Hive. I had dinner with him at the beginning. They wanted to know what we did, etc., how it was such a raving success. Part of that great success of Hive is that I'm known for the world of gold, and there were many gold investors that were reluctant to go buy Bitcoin on an exchange. They were worried about scam artists like Sam Bankman, who fried the industry. It's recognizing, they said, I want to participate because the concept of Bitcoin is so similar to gold, except for scarcity is even more profound. And so that you saw this sort of thought process, well, we will use Hive as a proxy. So Hive launches with such success because it was a proxy for gold investors. And that drove the retail. And what I have found is that you need to have retail for price discovery, and after that comes the tunas, and then come the sharks, and then come the whales and the killer whales. So the whole ecosystem, the biodiversity starts to grow, but you need to have the minnows. And that's what Hive did, not realizing it was going to be such a big success that there was so much pent-up demand by gold investors to come in. Then it was taken over by institutions like Fidelity to raise the capital. But we were first to buy data centers, we were first to be green focused, we were first to balance the electrical grid, and first to have an AI strategy, which just happened because we're the most talented in understanding GPU chips. The other part that I'm always amazed with is that Hive operates in 9 time zones. Many of our peers operate in 1 time zone, 1 state, and they still are so inefficient in mining Bitcoin. So you know the complexity that your Swedish documents are in Swedish, translate to English, and then from Iceland it's in Danish, from Quebec it's in French, and it's English, and then next year this time will be in Spanish also. So we'll have 5 languages in 9 time zones with 20 people. How do we do it? It's all about a model called the royalty models in the gold business. And that's the concept that we've tried to have. And the team of 20 is to be Navy SEALs. Not the US Army, not the Marines, but Navy SEALs that know how to manage all these time zones and the dexterity that's necessary. You see the picture up here, they're all here. You can please visit with them, ask questions about what we do and how we think. Future vision. Well, Bitcoin mining, the only thing that's critical in Bitcoin mining is just grow your exahash, just grow. Issue shares and just get production. We have had a different approach because we're much more focused on the return on invested capital, and that's something that we have done. We have not had an operating income loss even during the crisis of Bankman and Celsius in that journey. And Ethereum left, which was a very profitable business, and then all of a sudden we have Bankman and everything crashes. We are still able to eke out an operating income. And I think so much is the structure and really the quality of the people that get shit done. And so with that, we say we have to grow, but it's been really hard. Okay, it's really, really hard to get 100 megawatts of green energy. You get 30, you go through a negotiation process, you find out it's got all these difficulties to get it. So we found it in Paraguay. And we've sent our team down, we met with the president of the country, we took a chopper, visit the dam, visit all the facilities that are out there, and we have a great conviction that we think that this is a great avenue in Latin America. The other part, which a lot of people don't grasp, is the geopolitics. Paraguay loves America. Just understand, it's really important. Venezuela doesn't. Colombia doesn't. Brazil doesn't. Paraguay does. And you find out in that journey that the history of Paraguay was almost decimated, but it was the US government under President Hayes that came in that basically solved all the problems and created this as gave them all back their land because there was a fight 100 and some odd years ago between Brazil and Uruguay, and they went through Brazil, and it was just a devastation of children being wiped out. And it was the US that came in that provided the stability. Now, I didn't know this, and it's not easy to read, but in your journey going down, all of a sudden you start to learn and discover. So Hive's mission is to help integrate the future of computing of the future and be very climate sensitive, but it's not the only factor that drives us. there's other factors that drive us in what we've been able to do. That's a picture of our dam that's very close to our facility, low cost, low temperature, and fast internet connection. Really 3 key factors. In the journey of creating Hive, the first facility was Iceland, geothermal energy. And in going into Iceland, it was immediate cash flow and it was mining Ethereum. And then when we expanded into Sweden, at first it was mining Ethereum. Now, during the whole period of Bitcoin halving, we made money every day. Why? Because we were mining Ethereum. The gross margins on Ethereum were between 60% and 90%. It covered all the volatility because Bitcoin mining is not a pretty business when you're looking at volatility. It's to recognize those differences in trying to run cash flow and spend money. So with that, when it went, the AI strategy just fits in perfect for many reasons, which I'll highlight a little later. But the Bitcoin mining industry is a very, you have to be so conscientious, not only the cost of your electricity, but the efficiency of how you run your facilities, because you will get these incredible volatile periods in profit margin. So this is a picture of a hangar, a helicopter military hangar in Boden, Sweden, 100 kilometers south of the Arctic Circle. This is where we built out, that at one time we were 6% of the Ethereum network. And one of the things I learned about the structure of an ecosystem is what Ethereum did. There was 30 million kids. Now, my age, I had a paper route. That's how I made money. These kids took their GPU chips, and after they weren't gaming, they turned them on, and their parents used their parents' electricity, and they went and mined Ethereum. And every year, they could get 1 to 2 Ethereum coins, and that gave them an extra $3,000, sometimes $6,000 in a year of cash flow. And they couldn't open a bank account or a brokerage account, but these kids were able to open up an account on an exchange. So the barriers to entry to open up and get liquidity by these kids was incredible, and that basically was 30 million wallets. That's 30 million activity. And when it went from proof of work to proof of stake, they wiped that out. And what's happened to Ethereum since then? The ratio to Bitcoin to Ethereum has been actually widening, and Bitcoin has been much more attractive investment. We're the first to hodl, and we blew out all of our Ethereum, and it was actually a good decision when you look back at what's happened, because they have destroyed this diverse ecosystem. So this is downtown Stockholm. We keep reminding bureaucrats in Sweden that if you don't have a data center, it's sort of the strangest thing is that they actually think it's all free. They think that your mobile, your connectivity, the apps, everything functions because everything should be free, not realizing no data centers. There is no Spotify that comes from Sweden. There's no Minecraft. It doesn't happen. And it's this sort of educational process that Johanna, who's right here, is the president of running everything in Sweden, has to, on a regular basis, be educating politicians regarding this ecosystem. Sweden is positioned to be a key player in this global digital world. Norway has oil and gas for energy. They don't like it, but that's where they have $1 trillion for 8 million people, or more than $1 trillion sovereign fund. Sweden, it has wind. It also has, most important, is hydro. It has an abundance. And that's why Facebook, Meta, is in Boden, just outside of Boden. It has the largest data center in Europe, the 3rd largest in the world, because of access to this green energy. This is a picture of our facility that at one time was 6% of the world's Ethereum production. It is in Boden, Sweden, and as you can see, it handles a lot of snow in the winter. This is part of our ESG strategy of being involved with the community. Hockey is the most significant. It's like live in San Antonio, Texas, and Friday Night Football dominates everything. In Boden, it is hockey. More so than I've experienced in Canada, where I'm originally from. Everything there is around the hockey arena. So they needed money to expand, and so we've turned around and we sponsor 12 kids teams. It's basically a super babysitting outfit. Parents drop their kids off at different levels and develop the skill set. I think there's 3 retired Swedish hockey players that have rings on from winning the Stanley Cup. And they are local rock star heroes, and they come out to the arena, and it's a wonderful experience to see what's going on. Hive has been very much involved in the community. And that's something that I look at our peers, they are not. So Hive buys energy to mine Bitcoin. Hive then sells energy to balance the grid. We were first to do that. I believe Riot then took that idea to Texas. They then bought an asset, land, and then they went out to go balance the grid. In fact, they make more money from balancing the grid, it appears, than mining Bitcoin. And I know them all really well. They're all great guys, but I just know that when you look at Anthony Powers here, where is Anthony? He's hiding over there. He does a phenomenal job on doing a comparative analysis. He's a CPA, and he looks at all the numbers and does a ranking. And what you see is this numbers of efficiency can show up as an efficient miner. And what we were doing in Sweden was being able to help the community, the utility company, that in the morning, when it's freezing cold, minus 25 Celsius outside, and everyone turns on their toaster and hot shower, there's a surge in electricity demand that our software can go from 30 megawatts to 3 in seconds. And that energy is now given back, and then all the energy that's wasted all night long we consume, then we turn it back on at 9 o'clock, basically back up to 30. And then at 5 o'clock until about 8 o'clock, there's another power surge. Everyone's gone home to have dinner. Kids are doing the homework, and it all drops again. And then all of a sudden, we're back, and we're pumped up in mining Ethereum. Now we're mining Bitcoin. So the concept of being a local provider is cheaper than the utility company to spend $100 million building another hydro dam to provide energy needs for peak periods. It's cheaper for a partner with us to be the facilitator of balancing the grid. And we were the first to do it on a global scale, a big number scale, and it's been a great source of cash flow for us to maintain our growth profile. So what we've also done in Montreal, in Quebec, this is Lachute, and from the data center, this is an old graphite plant, repurposed, 30 megawatts of electricity, and throws off a lot of heat. So that basically that heat is captured, sent along this pipe, a hot liquid that goes into a building, 200,000 square feet. So our building's about 40,000 square feet. That building's 200,000 square feet. We take the same molecule of electricity and we repurpose it for heating this big building that makes whirlpools. And they have 100 employees making whirlpools. They're the biggest player in the province of Quebec. So you are able, with good engineers, electrical engineers, to find a way and apply those laws of geothermodynamics and keep recycling that molecule. So the big growth I mentioned earlier is Paraguay. And as you can see here, this is a massive dam. And what happened in the country of Paraguay is that they have surplus electricity, and they sold it to a wonderful country called Argentina. Until they had a new leader come in, Milei, Argentina had not paid them for 3 years. So how do they get paid for this electricity they have? And along comes Bitcoin mining, and they get paid every month. They get US dollars. It's a currency hedge that no bank has the capital to put up to protect them for the next 3 to 4 years, if you think of the 4-year cycle. So we're providing not just a community function as a Bitcoin miner, we're on a national scope. We are helping a country balance, make sure they get paid on a regular basis. Just 2 months ago, Argentina, their new leadership, which has done a phenomenal job, wrote a check for $100 million, but they still owe another $100 million to Paraguay for the past 3 years, not the Bitcoin miners. So it's an interesting dynamic. So Hive, we're very, very proud of what we've been able to do as a team, and this is a metric of looking at Bitcoin mined versus divided by the average active hash rate, and we show up there along with Bit Digital, but on a regular basis, we're up at the number 1 or number 2, and so we're very proud because we function in 9 time zones in 4 languages, not 1 in the state of Texas. Not 1 in the state of Pennsylvania. We're in 1. No, we're in many. There's another metric of looking at revenue per energized petahash. And as you can see here, once again, and this is put out by Power Mining and Analysis, and anyone want to understand the industry better from the public companies, Anthony's over here in the back as a chat up with him. But there's other metrics we use. And one of the things that's used in the industry is your exahash growth. And exahash growth is highly correlated to revenue. It's highly correlated to your Bitcoin production, which is correlated to the revenue. So the industry as a whole looks at what is your future, and they'll overpay, dramatically overpay for future exahash. Now, can you execute on that? Will you be able to do all the factors that go with it? But that's what sort of the big dynamic that's happened in the industry. And some people, and rightfully so, are skeptical that it's like the dot-com boom and bust, and everyone was looking at clicks. But clicks and eyeballs was not correlate to revenue for many reasons, whereas exahash is. And so what we needed to have at Hive was something green and something that would double to triple our production, and that's why we said, okay, we're going to go Paraguay. These are other metrics that just take a look at enterprise value to annualized adjusted EBITDA. We're the least expensive, and I was asked, why is that? Well, there's 2 reasons. One is our peers have issued so many shares, like unbelievable number of shares in the past 2 years, 300% dilution, 300%, not 30. And we're very proud that what do we spend for getting that exahash, that equipment and that facility is the least expensive. So their market caps are much bigger, and the multiple is because they've issued all these shares to get this exahash. Our model is to be more prudent return on invested capital. The other part is if you get listed on the New York Stock Exchange or NASDAQ, it doesn't really get you into the indexes. You have to have the home address has to be in America. It has to be in the US. So you want to go in the Russell 2000, that's what drove up Hut 8 to high valuations. It's because all these indexes just start buying. If you look at Marathon, you look at Riot, and the indexes that own them, the funds that own them, they're not very few active fund managers. They're predominantly index-driven mutual funds at Vanguard or at like the Russell 2000s. But I think pound for pound, we give you the best bang for your buck. There's our profile. We'll grow in the next 12 months 120%. We're very proud of this, that our revenue and gross margins, even during the worst of times, were profitable. And this is non-cash charges, but when you look at operating income, it's done exceptionally well. So the growth is going to be our HPC strategy. And for those in the Bitcoin mining, understand it. Today, you're making 12 cents an hour approximately off a S19 Pro. 12 cents. Nothing. Your cost is, say, 6 cents. You got 6 cents of margin to pay everything and all the other costs. But for our GPU chips, we're getting $1. It's just like mining Ethereum. It was just unbelievable what that difference is. But you just can't jump in it. And we've seen several companies all of a sudden launch. They're going into HPC and AI. It's very, very complex. And anyone that thinks they could just plug in some machines, they're foolish to tell you that story. So our goal is $250,000 a quarter, $250,000 a month, $250,000 a week, and $250,000 a day. It's pushing that we're over $250,000 a month, and hopefully get up here to $250,000 a week shortly. And it's about the transfer of old chips. We've got all our money back from mining Ethereum and move them over. So in that journey, we're a platinum buyer with NVIDIA. We've been with Jensen. We've been with senior management, and we believe that we're so well positioned. We have bought a lot of chips. We've increased our H100, and I think the other part is that we recognized this year this huge run for energy. The valuation, if you have access to energy, is huge. In the US, you're pushing $2 million a megawatt. If it's stable energy, where you can do HPC. If it's unstable, then you're not going to get that valuation. So we looked at some of our facilities, and we made the press release that we're going to convert about 30 megawatts into HPC. Well, that spend is much more money, but interesting enough, that valuation metric is huge because 30 megawatts, everyone write this down, 30 megawatts of HPC is like 300 megawatts of Bitcoin mining. The cost for a megawatt in Bitcoin mining is $1 million a megawatt. For HPC, it's 10 million. That's the front load cost of your infrastructure. That's not your chips. So it's much more front end loaded, but the revenue is much, much more stable. On the H100s, I think we're getting $2.30 an hour, not 12 cents. See the difference? It's huge in running a business. So I want to just hop before I end this presentation. I am 69 and a half years old, and in the research about AI, I discovered that the term AI was in 1955 when I was born. So all of a sudden now it's growing dramatically. Everyone's talking about it, but it's been incubated almost 70 years ago. And so it's to recognize that there's pivot points that all of a sudden something happens that's a catalyst for exponential growth. Thank you, everyone. I hope you found it informative and helpful.
Thank you. Frank, I'm going to have you come over here, and I'm going to ask, does the audience have any questions for Frank as we set up for our next talk? If no, I have, oh, yes.
When I met with the president, and Gabriel's here, and I don't think Luke is here, but we flew down, and it was disappointing during that period from our meeting and our cost of energy that they put it up. But it is still cheaper than anywhere in the US to get that amount of green energy, or Canada. All the countries in the world, after Putin invaded Ukraine, the energy dynamics of the world all changed. No supply demand should have happened in the US, but everything in Canada, the US, everyone became protective. Sweden became protective. They put a 100% tax on their cost of electricity. So electricity now is 6 cents in Sweden when you add that up. So it's still competitive. And so and having a dialogue at that level, I think for us, for other people, no, they want to leave. They are leaving. For us, no, we think it's a position where we can experience growth.
Come over here, Frank.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. We're going to have you. Tether, does anybody else have any questions?
Hi, my name is Sven, and my question would be, would you be willing to share the data from your data centers that you're mining green Bitcoin with others?
Well, it's a good question you ask, but it's very sensitive when you're public. When you're a public company, your disclosure and your continuous disclosure, it's an unnecessary risk. And I would expect counsel, especially securities lawyers, to say, are you nuts? Because all you do is set yourself up for some strike lawyer to say that you forgot a decimal point 2 years ago.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much, Frank.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, you go online, you wake up, drinking your morning coffee, and a new set of Bitcoin FUD has dropped. Who are you going to call? You're going to call the FUD busters. Our next panel is going to be about proof of sustainability. This panel is going to examine how mining can build this new sustainable future. The topics we're going to cover are energy efficiency, renewable energy use, energy grid challenges, trends, and then also the community development and environmental impacts. Stefania Barbaglio is going to moderate this panel. She is the founder of Cassiopeia, a PR and IR agency, and she's also the host of Financial Fox and is a seasoned advisor in equity and crypto markets. Let's bring up her.
Thank you, Mag. Thank you a lot. Right. So first of all, I would like to thank Michael Parenti for giving me the opportunity to moderate this very interesting panel with such an amazing leader in the space to discuss how Bitcoin mining is impacting the future of energy. So I'm going to bring on the stage Aydin Kilic, CEO of Hive Digital Technology.
There was a mic. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Dr. Sven Hildebrand. Sven has been doing amazing work in the digital technology space and regulation since 2017. Then we have Dennis Potter, CEO of Satoshi Action Fund. And finally, we have Daniel Button, Climate Tech investor that is advising family offices and public listed companies. So I kind of want to kick off with some of the main assumptions of obviously the public Bitcoin mining is about industry, consume lots of energy. So everybody focus kind of like on the energy expensive nature of the businesses
Check, check. Check 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, just have a... I would really appreciate it if we would shift away from hanging out. So we just had our 10-minute, 30-minute networking break after the sustainability panel. Could I have silence, please, in the room? I'd really appreciate it, because I can't even hear myself over you guys, and I have a microphone. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Jared Hope, founder of Logos Network and Status, who's opening up our privacy track. Jared Hope.
Cool. Thank you. Do I have a clicker? Ah. Hi, I'm Jared. I'm going to be talking about corruption, KYC, and the cost of compliance. This is a talk I just finished last night, so apologies for any mishaps or any pacing issues. So September the 10th, 2001, pay attention to that date, Donald Rumsfeld held a press conference where he stated, according to some estimates, we cannot track $2.3 trillion in transactions. He went on to say that the adversary, in his mind, was closer to home. It was the Pentagon bureaucracy. The following year, Jim Minery basically traveled the entire continent of the US, trying to track down $300 million worth of unaccounted adjustments. Unfortunately, he couldn't find how it was spent at all, right? He went on to say that we know it's gone, but we don't know what they spent it on. In 2015, I think, Catherine Austin Fitts released a report showing that the Department of Housing and Urban Development, as well as the Pentagon, had $6.5 trillion of unsupported adjustments. This was 54 times the amount of spend authorized by Congress, right? Which was $122 billion for the year. Now, Mark Skidmore thought that she made a mistake, right? Well, surely it's not in the trillions, it's probably more like 6.5 billion. So they got together and they mapped out the undocumented or unsupported unaccounted adjustments for the period of 1998 to 2015. They found a whopping $21 trillion that had been spent that nobody knows what had been spent on, right? Like, this isn't just the normal budget, this is just money that's disappeared, right? That works out to be an average of like $1.2 trillion a year, in which we have no idea where that money went. Now, this is, of course, old news for the military whistleblower Frank Spinney, who came out in, I think it was 1983. And he's on record saying the books have been cooked routinely year after year. It's also, just last year, no, this year, that's right, Senator Chuck Grassley, in talking about some of the misspending during COVID, has said when it comes to catching fraud, the Department of Defense internal controls are a complete failure. We've known it for decades, right? Chuck Grassley is actually quite famous for finding a whole bunch of misspends, let's say, such as $43 million spent on a gas station in Afghanistan, which was supposed to cost $500,000. He's found soap at $117. He's found hammers that were $400. Pliers, $1,000. These are all each. Forks and spoons, $57 each. And toilet seat lids, which have gone from $640 to more recently $10,000 in the Air Force, right? This is just toilet seat lids. There's nothing special about them. The money's, the just the way the procurement worked this way. And he's quite grumpy about it, as you can see. So how does this happen, right? Like, where is this money coming from? Well, it turns out the Department of Defense has one of the oldest computer programs running that's still in active use. It came out in, I think, the 1958, right? This is called MOCUS, Mechanization of Contract Administration Services. And what this does is routinely and algorithmically find old money from abandoned or other government programs. Now, normally this would be completely illegal for any other government agency to do that, but here we are. It's also written in COBOL, which is kind of cool. So to give you a sense of proportion of what we're talking about here, here's the 1.2 trillion annual unsupported adjustments that we have no idea what that money is, right? Adjusted for inflation today, it's probably closer to $2.4 trillion. Now let's compare that to global illicit financial flows, right? Two estimates are here. One is from the United Nations, which shows they believe that roughly 2 to 5% of global GDP is caught up in illicit financial flows. That would be a lower bound of $1.6 trillion and an upper bound of roughly $4 trillion for a year. NASDAQ Global Financial Crime report came out in recently this year, and for their estimates of 2023, they put it around roughly $3.1 trillion. Now, the day after Donald's press conference, where he announced the Pentagon bureaucracy being an adversary, 9/11 happened, right? And this basically this event spurred all of the compliance issues that we face today. Within a month, the Financial Action Task Force released 8 of the 9 special recommendations towards terrorism financing. And obviously, the Patriot Act moved forward as well as a result of this event and contains roughly 4 sections explicitly for KYC and AML. So 311 is for the authority for the Secretary of Treasury to target unspent, specifically for money laundering and terrorist financing. Section 326 basically establishes a minimum set of standards for financial institutions. So this includes all the things that you're familiar with, right? Like verification of identity, maintenance of records, things like it has to have their name, their address, and other relevant data like your photo and so on, right? Section 351 basically is about immunity for suspicious activity reports, right? So if you if you tattletale on somebody, it's fine. And 352 is essentially instructions for financial institutions to implement all of these anti-money laundering programs. Now, this event and the Patriot Act in particular is what forced the entire globe to implement the compliance that we have today around KYC and AML. Here is a survey from 2015, the true cost of anti-money laundering compliance from LexisNexis, where the Asian banks in this survey said that US regulation embodied by the Patriot Act was most frequently overall the reason for implementing these rules. So going back to this sense of proportion, right? So we can see basically government fraud on one side, we can see illicit financial flows on the other side. When we're talking about KYC and AML, we're largely talking about illicit financial flows. But the justification was largely through terrorism, right? Let's have a little zoom in to see exactly how much that is economically, just to give you a sense of proportion of what we're talking about here. You see it yet? How about now? There we go. So in our latest estimates of terrorism financing, NASDAQ believes that this is roughly 11.5 billion global, right? Looks quite small there, and it is. So I thought, well, surely, like maybe we've solved terrorism. Like it's no longer an issue, right? But actually, if you dial back throughout history, in 2001, the World Bank and IMF basically found that the global flow of funds to terrorist organizations was between $300 million and $500 million. In 2005, RAND estimated Al-Qaeda's budget was roughly between $30 to $50 million. In 2015, Department of Treasury estimated ISIS had $1 billion in annual revenue, and Europol in 2016 believed it got to around $2 billion, right? So like they're huge sums, like don't get me wrong, and it's obviously an important problem, but there's like a sense of proportion here that's just completely out of scale compared to the rest of what we have. And to kind of drive that point home, the Stimson Study Group, in their report on counterterrorism spending, found that between 2002 and 2017, the total spend on counterterrorism was $2.8 trillion, or $186 billion average per year, right? This is 16 times the amount of money that is going towards terrorism financing. And the other thing we'll get to later is around like the actual cost of compliance. And when it comes to just US banks alone, the cost of compliance are almost double what we're seeing in just terrorism financing, roughly like $22 billion annually. But there is this other illicit financial flows thing. It's huge. And clearly, it's important, right? One of the issues with illicit financial flows is there is no consensus on what even a definition of it is, right? So there is no single agreed upon definition, but it generally comprises of tax evasion, multinational tax avoidance, the theft of state assets, and the laundering of proceeds from crime. And a bunch of other sort of humanitarian things around like drug smuggling and human trafficking, and of course, corruption. Addressing them is important. So in a research handbook on money laundering, it was found that money that basically gets taken by crime gets reinvested by crime and therefore creates more crime. And in a book called Prioritizing Development, which basically tries to took the top economists to dollar for dollar rank all of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And they found it to be one of the top priorities. But the reason why it's important, as far as I can understand, is that IFFs of all types are essentially associated with ineffective state functioning, illegitimate use of state power, and international problems between economies or states, right? It's essentially lost GDP equals lost tax revenue, which means you get poor governance, is the argument. So what exactly are IFFs? Well, that also depends. Like definitions, there isn't really a set methodology or even real hard data on understanding what illicit financial flows are. This is 2 decades after this whole thing really started off. There's a few estimates here that you can show that I'm just showing here, just to basically give you an idea. So NASDAQ's report basically puts 25% towards drug trafficking, 12% towards human trafficking, and 63% into other, which can be organized crime, fraud, and corruption. Both Cardamone and Carr find that 80% is towards trade misinvoicing, and Raymond Baker views this as roughly 65% trade misinvoicing. Trade misinvoicing is particularly prevalent when it comes to developing countries. Multinationals will go to them and say that a certain amount of ore was extracted for a certain price and then sell it at very different prices. So you can hide money through these cross-national transactions doing this. So Peter Reuter basically traces the issue of illicit financial flows back to Raymond Baker in his book, Capitalism, Achilles' Heels. And it's quite interesting because his company, Global Financial Integrity, basically set the dominant methodology for years. And the issue with this is that there's actually no empirical basis for it. It's all prescience, and there's no means to actually assess it either. Yeah. Worse, the Financial Action Task Force's own report and document on how to comply, the FTF methodology for assessing compliance with the FTF recommendations and the effectiveness of AML CFT systems, also lacks hard data, right? They have general crime statistics that they refer to, anecdotal evidence to basically try and collect, and subjective conclusions. In this report, basically, it's just another quote saying there are different measures and models for, in this case, estimating money laundering, but there is actually no globally accepted model, right? It really depends. And it's not necessarily the fault of the people who are trying to do this. Like, one of the major components of IFS is financial secrecy. And so if these things are hidden, how are you supposed to determine what they are? But to the United Nations credit, there is a pilot that's currently ongoing. It has not finished. They're predominantly focused on trying to create much more reputable data around drug trafficking, particularly in developing countries. And things like Mexico and Colombia, where there are that sort of industry. So we have a bit of vaguity around definitions, around the methodology. We don't really even know what they are. We have some general ideas. That kind of already leads into like whether they're effective or not. Not really, because you can't measure them. But it's really bad, right? By the Financial Action Task Force's own admission of 2023, less than 1% of global illicit financial flows is recovered, right? Ronald F. Paul finds that less than 0.1% impact of criminal finances, and the UN basically finds 0.2% of illicit funds are intercepted, right? In other words, 99.9% of criminal proceeds are unaffected, even with all the compliance that we've implemented today. So what can we measure? Well, we can measure the direct cost to banks, as I mentioned before. LexisNexis, in the same survey, basically found that the cost to US banks alone, right? We're not talking about all banks on the planet, just the US, is $26.4 billion annually. This is more than double the entire financing to terrorism, right? Ronald F. Paul goes on to say the compliance costs exceed recovered funds more than 100 times over. And banks, taxpayers, and ordinary citizens are penalized more than criminal enterprises. And I'm sure if you've tried to do any trading or anything like that, you've probably felt a little bit of this. These challenges and unintended consequences of financial regulation have been highlighted at the OECD and the B20 for several years. In fact, when it comes to traditional trade finance, 50 to 60%, more than half the price is charged to clients for trade is basically used to cover operational expenses, in which compliance is a major component of. The problem with this is it starts to lock out and exclude, especially in developing countries, like small enterprises. Yeah. Now, the reason this is important is this notion of transaction costs, right? So the Copenhagen Consensus has this great paper where they show that if you can do a 0.01% reduction in transaction costs, then you can enable a country to quadruple its wealth. This is the difference between Argentina and Switzerland, right? So what would be probably better is to, I'll get into that, maybe. But to focus on like institutional efficiency, right? If we can actually make things more efficient, we can actually generate more, unlock more wealth or capability from the existing society, rather than having this sort of scarcity, sort of surveillance mindset, where we've sold out our civil liberties. And Michael Levy goes on to say that no one could rationally think that AML controls in general, or in financial investigation in particular, will solve organized crime, right? It's just not going to happen through this, unless there's like radical step towards transparency at the highest levels, right? Now, it doesn't get better. So Amnesty International accused India of weaponizing the Financial Action Task Force recommendations. They've been doing so, according to Amnesty International, since 2010. And they basically target civil society, like dissidents, journalists, academics, human rights activists, and even students are using these laws. In fact, the Royal United Services Institute, RUSI, which is a UK think tank, it's been around for ages, very reputable, has also created a report that documents these kinds of abuses. In their case, they're largely focusing on authoritarian regimes, but as we've seen, whether we call India an authoritarian regime is probably up for debate. But they do outline, I definitely recommend reading it, but they outline a bunch of tactics that are used for this weaponization, right? So they basically do phishing and scraping, strategic bank account freezing, harassment and prosecution of organizations, pre-trial detentions, and basically just general lawfare for transnational repression. And like, one of the issues with this is because of the recommendations that are put out by the Financial Action Task Force, law gets rushed through Parliament really quickly. And because it gets rushed through quickly, because if you don't get it through, you're economically locked out by the member states. So that means the wording and the care that goes into that law doesn't happen, which means that it can be abused in the future. And this is what's going on right now. Now, this is basically a preamble to what Alex Cobham identifies, that illicit financial flows are likely by and large to be an elite phenomenon, right? That's not you or me, it's people who are actually in power and in control, who actually have the resources to benefit from this kind of arbitrage, let's put. So, you're all here, so you're probably aware that Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Morgan Chase last year, basically said crypto was a tool for criminals, drug traffickers, money laundering, and tax avoidance. And if he was the government, he would try and shut crypto down, right? The irony is that he was basically fined a few weeks later for $348 million for inadequate trade reporting, and this was then followed by another 80 regulatory fines for banking violations going back to 2003, which was a total amount paid of $39 billion, right? Of course, JP Morgan Chase is not unique in this. There was the FinCEN files, which basically showed that pretty much all major banks were doing some dodgy stuff, more than some, and participating in this and enabling it, right? The fines that were handing out for the amounts that they were allowing it's quite alarming, right? Like, if you're actually serious about clamping down on this and implementing this kind of compliance, yeah. Which brings us to the Financial Secrecy Index, right? I want to point out here that the United States is by and large like the largest harbor of illicit financial flows. They dwarf Switzerland and Singapore, which are coming up second and third, right? I think it's roughly, according to FSI, the global scale weight here is roughly 25%, and Switzerland comes down to roughly just under 4%, right? So Peter Roeder basically says, asking a kleptocratic state to create an effective AML system is like asking a fox to create a better henhouse, right? It is the governing political elite that benefits most substantially from the weaknesses of the existing system of controls. Again, this is not a problem of us as citizens. This is a problem of our elites. In fact, Bloomberg put this chart out, showing that trust in most US institutions have basically withered away. The thing is that this is not just specific to the United States. This is also happening globally. So the Office for National Statistics in 2022 found that the UK population only 35% trust the national government. France has reached a new historic low where 82% of the citizens don't believe it's going in the right direction. And on a global scale, according to the OECD, the average public trust in governments is hovering around 41%, but has been declining. So according to Transparency International's 2023 Corruptions Perception Index, over 2/3 of countries score below 50 out of 100. On their index, roughly, the average is 43. And more alarming is that 23 countries have fallen to their lowest scores to date this year. Now, why is this important? Well, there's a great report called The Warriors of Wealthiest Nations in 2006 by the World Bank, where they basically find that human capital and the value of institutions, by and large, is the largest share of wealth in virtually every country. It's even more so than natural resource extraction by their estimates, right? And this is basically to say that I hope from this talk, I don't have any solutions, I'm afraid. Obviously, it's a very complex problem. Illicit financial flows are important to tackle, but follow the money methods like KYC and AML just aren't working, right? We see that the costs are enormous. What is recovered isn't there. But there are a lot of sort of low-hanging fruit when it comes to institutions, such as the Pentagon, where you could save enormous amounts of money for a nation or a society and ultimately lead it to high-quality wealth output for that country. And yeah, that's basically it. Thank you.
I read somewhere that the City of London is approximately 7 years away from compliance costs eating all potential profits.
Yeah, right.
And you think about that, that's like really crazy. And we seem to be going even in a deeper direction. You know, really, it's like the shit's really flowing downhill. Yeah.
I haven't even talked about the debt to GDP ratios of all OECD countries, right? There's a great quote which I wanted to include, where basically every developed country.
You want to call it back?
No, I don't have the slide.
Okay.
I thought I ran out of too many slides. But yeah, like within 25 years, almost every developed country and developing country is going to be having to severely restructure their debt or their toast, you know.
Jubilee, basically.
Yeah.
At some point. My question: you've delved quite deep into the topic that most of us just sort of like talk about on the surface or pass information on. And from the philosophical standpoint, why do you think this is happening?
I don't know if I feel really comfortable like saying why I think it really is happening. But I mean, in a similar way that like 9/11 had ushered in like a new era of surveillance capitalism, I mean, this is just an extension of it. It's just on the economic domain, right? And it's great to have control for the people who are in power, I guess.
Do you really? So I don't know. I have a gut feeling that it's sort of like a titanic, you know, inertial force that's happening. It's like a systemic thing that's happening. I find it, you know, so there's all these individual decisions that are happening that just sort of inch in this direction, and it seems that the inertia is even forcing the decision makers.
I don't believe that at all.
Okay.
No, I think like in one of my other talks, I was talking about like elite theory, right? And like there's a very clear actor that had pushed this onto every financial institution around the planet at the same time, right? Like, now, whether or not the justification of terrorism, as they see it, whether they genuinely believe that or not, you know, we can only speculate, right? So like maybe you could view the unintended consequences of losing civil liberties over the past 2 decades is unintended, but maybe it's very intentional.
Do we have any questions?
Thanks for the talk. This is really interesting. So you talked a little bit about the limited data that's available indicating the very low rate of interception of illicit funds.
Yeah.
One argument that I've heard, I guess, in favor of the current kind of overbearing AML regime would be one of deterrence, where even though interception rates might be low, perhaps just knowledge of this overbearing AML regime could perhaps, deter further illicit funds. Is there any data to either support or negate this?
I wouldn't know about that specifically, but like generally speaking, I think that there is not really any data one way or the other. On deterrence, I can definitely see that being applied to like the general population. Like, that's generally how like regulation works in some ways, right? Is like you're kind of betting on some kind of cooling effect or disincentivizing people from doing that. I think like what I'm trying to say here though is that kind of deterrence doesn't happen to the people who are actually doing these things, because they are also the ones that are implementing them, right? So the deterrence applies to us, not so much to the people who have, putting billions of dollars into the Cayman Islands or whatever.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Kind of a bit of a follow-up on the last question. A lot of this started with the Bank Secrecy Act in the United States in 1970, and the threshold amount that was used at the time was $10,000 US. And today, the threshold amount that's been talked about around the world is also $10,000 US, euros, etc., roughly in that range. This is a case of using inflation to simply slowly squeeze everybody else down.
Yep.
And I'm saying, as the most saleable alternative, drastically increase those limits. So instead of having $10,000 US, you have $1 million US. And you say, well, look, we can catch the big guys, and you can get your dirty money that way, but let's forget trying to catch every cup of coffee. Any thoughts on that approach?
Not really. I don't have any like major thoughts on that, but it's super fascinating. Yeah.
Yes, you can maybe hash it out together.
Yeah.
On the podcast, or
I would love that actually. Yeah.
yeah, I think you would be great on the Logos podcast. Yeah. Jared Hope, always a pleasure for keeping us thinking and keeping us informed.
Thank
you. Earlier this year, I started collaborating with and contributing to a great group of people that grew out of the Ethereum space, Web3 privacy, and I'd like to introduce my good friend and colleague, Miklos Yusko, who's going to be talking about our right for privacy.
Hello, hello. A little bit in sync with Jared's talk that I was sort of surprised that no one talked here about AfD and what's happening in German politics, but pay close attention. That's also the area we should think about. One disclaimer, I will skip privacy is normal, Samurai and Tornado cache cases, because many people in the community are well known with them. And I think my talk today will be centered a lot on emotions, because the way social media navigates our space is hyper-emotional, hyper-reactionary. And I want to start with a super simple definition that I found out some time ago, that majority of privacy-focused communities are hyper-reactionary. And if you will follow sentiment of what's going on or what people talk about, it's sort of gloom and doom communication. They will surveil us, rip Tor, get out of Signal, etc., etc. And it's really hard to flourish and build communities of trust and communities of mutual help when you're surrounded by people who are always alarming, and they're always throwing tweets with the breaking, 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 breaking. and post-COVID mentality or post-COVID emotional state is not that perfect within the people in general. And I think that when we are over-focusing on sort of negative sentiment, it's really hard to move forward. One second note that within the maximalist scenario, sometimes we over-project that one tool is a silver bullet that will help to solve all the issues, while in reality, privacy is a stack and way, way, way bigger than sometimes you think about. Sometimes it's a bunch of open source tooling that are complementary to your privacy solution. Here an example from Ben West, who shared with us lots of his personal tooling, his personal stack. One another reference is Pavel Luptak's website personal, like what kind of tooling cypherpunk used. And in majority of cases, sometimes you or we depend on Taiwan chips. And it's not about just one software. And it's important because the way we personally in our collective address privacy or address any community, we start from how we can help each other and collaborate with each other. Also, I found a bit reactionary that many people are still stuck with the concept of cypherpunk that originated, like, I don't know, 3 decades ago, and they still talk like with these Wikipedia cliches, when in reality, many people that you would think of as OG cypherpunks, they go and fundraise from Alameda. They go and they make pitch decks, and they do pitch to VCs they hate. Because sometimes maybe inside of these venture capitalist companies, there are people with link-minded people, but they cannot tell you straight in the face that they're also hardcore pirates. And it would be much more honest and much more helpful if we start to not be naive or too romantic, but encourage what's happening around. And yesterday we were talking about cypherpunk culture, about privacy on speaker's dinner, and Mateusz told me about this book. And I really love the concept of creating noise, because when I worked in NIM for almost a year, one of the concepts why MixNet supposedly would be efficient is because the algorithm adds constantly noise to the system, so it's really hard to surveil, or it's much more costly to surveil on you. And the book suggests that you can apply this obfuscation tactic to your daily life. You can fake add algorithms, you can fake identities, you can spam the system with like a random content, and I really find this helpful to what we do. Because what we do in the broader senses, we used lots of the tactics to encourage developers, to encourage builders, come up with the next generation of privacy tech. And with that generation, the fundraising for that new privacy tech, I know people from the smallish, marginalized communities to the larger crypto ecosystem would benefit from, for example, the next generation of storage that Locust team is building under the Codex umbrella. And one important point here, that traumas sometimes enacts us to do things. The same as war in Ukraine helped me to sort of do stuff. The Tornado Cash encouraged many people who would otherwise do some DeFi events, focus more on privacy cases. And I'm kind of happy that this happened, because that's an irony of life. Unless you are punched in your face, you would pretend that nothing happens and you would make things for fun. And in Rome, the community now is doing one of the few privacy hackathons. And if you would think about and you would try to calculate how many dedicated privacy hackathons not facilitated by a specific company exist in the world, you will be kind of like, I know, the industry should be ashamed, because there should be much more, and it should be embedded, it should be by default. So what we are doing at this moment, and there are some familiar faces for some of you, we try to make a sort of like, again, full stack approach to events. For example, we are thinking that privacy right now needs more fresh talents from outside the industry that will bring new ideas to the game. For example, We have people who build global leagues, and we connect whistleblower platform, like traditional Web2 whistleblower platform, with Web3 developers who can play around it. Why we're doing this? Because in ETH Berlin, on other hackathons, I've seen young people, 18 years old, coming with the new whistleblower platforms, like WikiLeaks 2.0, WikiLeaks 3.0. And they need, when we connect them with human rights advocates or like developers from Tor who passed this journey, we're connecting generations, talents that could be complementary to each other. Then, for example, with our meetup, we have people like Andrea from Monero community who talks greatly about the culture, philosophical implication of crypto and anarchism as life, but at the same time, we have Jaromil from Dyn.org, who is OG hacktivist and who can really and who also started Cryptographic Association in Italy. They're really complementary to each other. And when a young person new to privacy is coming to these events, they would understand that it's something bigger going on there. And last but not least, the Privacy Builder Pack. I think, because I was judging those hackathons, many developers doesn't know what to build. Moreover, in many cases, they try to tackle these grandiose use cases, like, for example, now I will fix Turkish voting process with one solution, instead of dedicating their effort, their dev hours into building something smallish, but much more practical for your daily use. One of these simple examples was that in Berlin in May, the people who built a private calendar, they built a tool that people could use daily. One comment here for us, we use this hackathon as the place when we can meet people who are building really interesting solutions. For example, Marius worked with Filecoin or radical archiving. Radical archiving in that sense means that when there's a police brutality or a war crimes, you store these videos or these documents online and protecting from censorship. And that's an interesting use case that will protect many communities in play. Or Anturo, who is doing internet monitoring of internet censorship, is complementary to our ecosystem. And what's important here is to go beyond just traditional smallish crowd, whenever it's a Bitcoin, Ethereum, Monero, and look around you with what people you can connect and build bigger social teams around privacy. We really want and we really feel that we owe many hacktivists from the first generation who paved the way for us to flourish. For example, Seabase is one of the first hacktivist places in the world. There are many wonderful things happen there, and we hosted event there. And for us, important not just to connect with those old hackers, but also try to understand how we can collaborate with each other. Because there's a clear big generational gap. There's a clear big visionary gap. There's a clear difference in how people manifest each other. And this gap will widen, and we need to address it here and now. And also one of the important things for us is to bring also legal discussion to the table, because after Tornado Cash, finally or suddenly, developers need to understand how law works and what they could do when they publish code. Or what are the other ways to avoid the future imprisonments. Again, the privacy is a bit populist industry in the sense that many, Janos here from L2, from Bitcoin Layers knows this, that many protocols still, or projects, they fake true identity of decentralization, and maybe years will pass since we reach the point when many L2s will be L2s on Bitcoin. The same happens with privacy. For example, there are many projects fundraising, promising you cutting-edge privacy, like fully homomorphic encryption, but then you go and try to check if their privacy features are attested. If someone proved them, there's no privacy audits. There's no security audits that can attest that what they promise in marketing is what the end user will benefit from. And what has been promised to VCs can really be delivered to end user. So what we are doing, we are trying to sort of refine the market at the same time. We are building a dashboard for privacy that will help to track everything what's going on at the market, but at the same time to keep them attested, to keep them accountable within their promises. This is a project called Explorer, when we try to understand how we can score privacy projects against each other, how we can measure their privacy efficiency, the privacy delivery, and how we can create a new standards for the market. So the next time, the next generation of builders will be much more responsible and conscious of not just what they build, but how they ship the privacy for the end users. In that sense, it's a long profiling where projects can report to the users. And you can think of this as a Messari, but free for privacy. And later, it will scale beyond just the privacy market. What's important here that we want to automate the data collection. And it's chaos because every project stores the data in a different way. Every project highlights the state of their privacy features or technology features, again, in a different way. Sometimes it's really hard. You can spend hours by trying to find if the protocol is on mainnet, the application has been launched or not. And it's a burden if you need to compare like 500 or 700 projects between each other. One important thing here that this industry is full of marketing claims. For example, when it's related with AI, many people maybe here even are testing or already tested Venice AI, and we're super happy that there's permissionless AI has been promised to you, but they never read privacy policy. And that's one of the simplest facts or steps you can take to understand what's happening with the privacy behind the projects you like. And Venice AI has lots of horrible embedded data collection techniques that they don't really need to have to be really legit in terms of the communication with the users. And this leads us to the privacy feature-centric audit that we conceptualize at the moment to understand how and what kind of reporting agencies, so we ourselves, that's a big question mark, should do to not just, let's say, audit smart contract, not just audit the chain state, but also the whole privacy feature, starting from what kind of data is collected, how data is stored, whom data is transmitted, what kind of third parties are involved, and currently no one is doing this type of audits. So basically you're all alone, or you're with these smallish communities, you are sort of in an echo chamber of they will gonna surveil us, they collect everything about us without a useful tool to process. Many companies or many people from, I don't know, from Google to Web3Foundation, Web3C try to approach the data collection and automate privacy policy. Many other data collection tools never properly succeeded. Let's see if the next gen feature will appear with the help of us. Also, it's interesting that we launched privacy-proof smallish activation last year, and we understood that at this market there's no, one second, I think I missed a slide. No. At this market, people cannot get easily information. What are the privacy tools that exist at the market? What Amir Taki from DarkFi is using today? What Michael Parenti is using, and what kind of tools they recommend me to enhance my privacy. And we thought that just the basics checkups each year on what's happening in privacy, what tools and researchers, or in this case, doxers, are the ones to follow, will help, will extend a bit of research, will increase amount of consciousness with the people manifesting privacy. So we made this sort of words simplified between like 100 experts, like a tested pilot. We really like that among the projects and really among the conscious choices on the privacy side, we could really foster some innovations so that people could go and check the latest new concepts that has been developed within the privacy, I don't know, from privacy pools to caches and other stuff, and also go beyond just the buzzwords, go beyond just normal, useful services, but also try to read papers on privacy. Try to go and, linking with the cypherpunk spirit, go and read some papers that will enhance cryptography of the future protocols or solutions. Also, I think that hacktivist culture is a bit neglected within young people because, I mean, not everyone is a Snowden in the room, and they should start somewhere. And if they don't know what kind of tools to do, we've done this for ETH Berlin a bit, and now we expanded. We think that people can, the more they play with privacy ideas, the better it will be for them to just build something from scratch. And now we are like collected, let's say, ideas from, I don't know, 50, 60 privacy experts that many of you know, from DarkFi to NIM. And we think that if the developers will build tools that experts suggest, or they will explore the new tools, you would see that the next generation of privacy tools will be much more efficient and better. The whole idea originated from a simple data-driven approach that we needed to collect all the privacy solutions that has been built within the hackathons and then structure them in the useful database and ship it to the builders so they won't build the same tools again and again and again. Because I'm, as a judge, I'm a bit tired of looking at the next voting solution for a non-existing problem, while you can enhance already built tooling. But it requires us to be much more conscious on what's happening within the privacy builders landscape. At the same time, some years ago, we've done really simple tooling. I went and checked the lead model canvas and adjusted to privacy, because I think that privacy developers should be nurtured along the way, and you should give them sort of viable example, because sometimes when they build privacy solutions, again, for example, for voting, they don't think even what data they are collecting, how they are collecting, how they're transmitting data, what kind of regulations exist, because they're just not that conscious. And within those frameworks, we can always tell about the old school Cambridge Analytica cases, or how data brokers works, maybe because the next solution or the value proposition behind their hackathon or a post-hackathon product journey would tackle these cases. Alongside data, it's really important to share that the threat actors within the privacy are complex, they are different. Sometimes they're just black hats. Sometimes they're not even governments, just scammers. So you can build a privacy solution that will protect people from smallish, but also tangible and easy to transmit case. Maybe you're fundraising, and it will be way easier or way clever to tackle privacy through black hats or scammers or crypto scams than to say that you will dismantle the government. Yeah, and education here helps to navigate the space. Within this cypherpunk, it's interesting that we've seen and we thought that beyond Wikipedia, we can go and expand the narration, and we can help people feel that they are starting the journey with the cypherpunk, and one day maybe they can be like a Timothy May or Assange, but they should start with something. And we try to say that cypherpunk approach is a journey and not the given state that one day you receive. We have this small reference. I've used it in NIM for quite a while. Tor persona, Tor has an open research page. Go and check. They publish personas. It's a basic, not that rocket science example typical for UX, UI, or product teams when you try to do cast dev and understand better the audience. And sometimes we miss in our talks what kind of audience will benefit the privacy, because the privacy spectrum is wider. One audience are like human rights activists in Iran under the mortal danger, and another is like a person who tried to avoid paying taxes, for example. Totally different type of the privacy they need. And that's when we are coming bit by bit with the personas for cypherpunks. We are saying that you can start by just being interested in a subject, but if you're not technically enough and you're not technically proficient, you can contribute to the movement with your soft skills, with your different type of product skills, and not every cypherpunk is just a coder. And this will help the industry make it much more inclusive, open, and if you will remember my second slide with the cypherpunk road code, it will be complementary for those people who will eventually write code. And we are on the way to mapping what kind of skills people should develop, especially because the world changed. Their social media is super active, and sometimes people who are building solutions that will enhance privacy in the future need to care about their body, mind, physical state, collaboration, social studies. Because once you just dedicate your time to learning polynomials, maybe you're missing something important within how to cope with people, how to build communities of trust, and how to, and that's where I'm saying that within the anonymous engineering, for example, one of the biggest challenges is that how you will help developers build products, because they need to go public to build products and to collaborate with users. And that's when it's not enough to be just the, I don't know, introvert, to stay at home, to learn cryptography, to talk about the next-gen messengers. Because if you install simplex messenger, but you're alone there, it doesn't make any sense. Even if it's better, it provides convenient privacy. Jared is here. Logos was our first partner that supported our mission. We decided that we are not alone, and just by collaborating with many organizations, we can create the privacy stack. Otherwise, we will be fragmented. We won't share the data. We won't collaborate with each other, and that we will be isolated while solving the same issues. Now we have many members who are supporting us, and the numbers is growing and growing. The model is they're our members, so they don't intervene of what we do. Instead, we collaborate with each other, especially when it's needed within the educational track, when it's needed within the, for example, Gnosis highly needs the privacy for validators, but at the same time, they're launching a VPN. Many privacy-focused companies understood that they need a tangible product, so the token would work. And then we can think about or talk about how the consumer privacy, infrastructural privacy should be complementary to each other. Yeah, and we work with foundations on the research side because, for example, for Zcash Foundation, I was interested how Zcash can be used with Ukrainian-Russian war, like widening the use cases and showing that you can empower religious groups, you can empower people on occupied territories, you can use a secure messenger like status within the LGBTQI communities, or you can support a military regiment, and these things are sort of expand what privacy is at the moment. 30 seconds. We have individual membership that helps to connect one-on-one relation with people. Also, we care about the visual style because world changes, lots of many visual people around, they need a different cultural fit, and we think this is super important. Within the collective action, we reach, I don't know, almost 100 speakers, more than 200 contributors on GitHub. We want to be as flat as possible. We want our events to open source almost everything of what we can do. We are also sort of proud that from David Chaum to Rachel Rose O'Leary could be at one stage, and we can eliminate this generational gap, and we can show that solidarity is possible within the privacy, that ecosystem is the way, that it's not enough just do one tool, but you need to complement it with the education, with the fostering of privacy builders that will enhance your solution and use your data. And we are doing Cyberpunk Congress in DEF CON in November. Lots of familiar faces here. For me, it's important that there's Guantanamo detainees, attorneys, and at the same time, there are people who care about ecological crisis, but at the same time, people care about specific use cases like Iranian cause, or the people who care about, let's say, martial arts and how the Asian martial arts could help you to be more conscious and aware of where you are and being less distracted. A few more slides. One of the important things, we think that privacy is a moral issue, and it's on the shoulders of everyone how to collaborate with each other, how to help each other to build that bigger stack we were talking about in the future, because too many people think about cryptography as a fun, playful exercise for scaling, while they're completely forgetting privacy and more tangible and more anti-surveillance applicability beyond the cryptography and beyond the role of engineer, beyond the role of scientists who could contribute to the cause. Also, we're super happy that privacy becomes more diverse. There are more people from different geographies. You would be surprised, but recently many Chinese people approached us and asked, can you add cypherpunk narration to us? We know that sort of legal framework is a bit sketchy, but we would like privacy builders or builders in China contribute more to privacy issues, and they speak different language, but they are sitting in the same room, or they're political professors from Turkey who can comment on the current Erdogan implementations of the data aggregation politics on site, and these working groups collaborate and expand the way we feel privacy. And I think that for us right now, it's way more important to talk about positive privacy. In that sense, to come into agreement that we need to collaborate with each other. That's why I try to oppose in the flow of Timothy Snyder's latest book on freedom, that positive freedom is way better than the negative freedom, freedom from, because within the positive freedom and here positive privacy, you can take responsibility over communities, over group discussion, over the messages you transmit, and empower way bigger audience in that sense. And obfuscate, try to create a noise, but don't forget to collaborate with many builders, projects, sometimes even VCs around, because that will lead to creation of the bigger privacy footprint. Thanks.
I find it hard to even come up with a question myself, and I think that you covered things really extensively. This is my challenge and my offer to people in the Bitcoin space is to question and interact with this man very directly. He's an incredible wealth of knowledge, and it's something that I think is incredibly important as the layer 2s move on to Bitcoin, and we're in this area of privacy. There's a huge, huge amount of experience that Ethereum has front-run that would be necessary for how it is that we're architecting and moving forward into the future. Nick, it's such a pleasure and an honor to have you here and have you as a colleague.
Thank you. Thank you.
So up next, there's some another pair of amazing people. I'd like to invite Bota and Ludmila on stage to deliver our next talk about resistance to attacks, how privacy, mining, and human rights intersect together in our current landscape.
Mic's working?
Just a second.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm just
right.
trying to understand.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so perfect.
Yeah.
Hi, guys.
Hi, everyone.
Glad to see all of you. My name is Ludmila Kozlowska. I'm Bitcoin advocate, privacy advocate. I'm human rights defender. And together with my colleague Bota, we will explain you how to resist to attacks. There was a lot of said, actually, why privacy matters. We will bring human aspect here. And we will explain why for us Bitcoin and privacy communication, privacy of payment, it's death and life.
it really matters. Why every of you bringing us freedom, and why we, with all our hearts, defending freedom technology. Bitcoin transactions, peer-to-peer transactions, messaging communicators, any kind of things which gives us privacy. To save those people who fight for freedoms in many countries where people not that much privileged like you here in a room, but they live in parallel society, really in parallel society. And I would like to give you also overview on the case of my colleague Bota Jardimali, which is prominent human rights defender, originally from Kazakhstan, how actually every one of you in this room could be potentially banking data weaponized. Bota, can you explain what's happened with you and why actually AML, CFT regulation can be abused civilly in Western countries, not only in authoritarians?
Absolutely, thank you. Really happy to see you guys, and I think that what was said before us, it's extremely relevant to what we're going to discuss now. As Ludo already mentioned, I am a human rights defender and I'm a lawyer, and we've been working together for almost 15 years defending political opposition in authoritarian countries, victims of torture, and political and civil activists all over the world. And when you are effective in your work, when you basically manage to release political prisoners, you make a lot of enemies within the regimes. So it's in a way a compliment, but on another side, it's really you become a target yourself. And in my case, Kazakhstan went after me because I was very effective defending the opposition to the regime. So they tried to get me in various ways. I received political asylum in Belgium, so you would think that a person with political asylum is protected, but that wasn't the case. Kazakhstan asked Interpol to put me on the most wanted list, had a red notice issued against me. They sent their agents, tried to kidnap me from the territory of Belgium. Actually, 3 people were sentenced, and they were 2 German nationals, 1 Russian national. Kazakhstan knew that the most important thing that I have is the information about activists that work with me, about victims of torture, about sources of financing for those people. So what they did, they sent a request to Belgium and demanded to basically seize and deliver all my documents, even those that are covered by attorney-client privilege, as well as all my electronic devices. So computers, phones, memory sticks, everything that I had in my house. And all of that was done on the pretext of combating money laundering activities. Basically, they accused me that I'm a huge money launderer, and for them to investigate this, they need to have my devices. And this is amazing how this narrative actually works, because you know, when any Western government sees this type of allegations, they quite happily deliver all your banking information and anything you have. And this narrative, it's very easily to be used to manipulate, to get anything you want. Any government can get that. And so basically, in parallel with this type of attack, I also faced smear attacks online. And they were done in different languages. And so when you have smear attacks, you know, right now, banks, Western banks work in a certain way. They pick up all the information about their clients, and they see whether this client represents the risks. Even if you can show them court decisions, prove that you are not involved in any criminal activities, doesn't matter, because they get all this massive information from obscure websites in various languages. They're not going to translate it. Their compliance office says, that person represents some compliance risk. That person represents money laundering risk. And you get a letter that they don't want you as a client anymore. So you get de-risked. So you lose your bank accounts and possibility to bank in Western states. And this, too, is very easily manipulated right now by authoritarian countries. They know how it works. They know that if you criticize, for example, Erdogan regime, they put you in a database. You think you are a UK citizen, so you are really secure sitting in London and you make a comment. They put you in their database in Turkey that you are sponsoring terrorist activities. And this is something that gets picked up by all databases around the world, WorldCheck, Refinitiv, LexisNexis, etc. And so then the local bank would see this information and they don't want you as a client anymore. You can fight against that. You can explain to everyone that this regime is retaliating against me. But that does not matter, because the banks, they say, we have this information, even if you manage to remove you from one or another database, but you know, there are so many organizations right now that sell this information to the banks on a commercial basis, so you won't be able to remove yourself. And this is a serious risks that we face, and we basically, as activists, we're being guinea pigs and being tested by the systems that, like kind of this international architecture that being built around the world. And the big problem is that you are sitting in a Western society, in a country where you think your rights are protected, but you don't have right for bank. So this is how we I started looking around, and Ludmila faced similar situation. I want you to speak about it. And we basically started looking around, and this is how we discard Bitcoin as the only alternative for the situation when you get financially excluded from the traditional banking system.
Yeah.
Luda, can you explain your case?
Yes, so I will just give one back step, and you see here, be quiet or be charged with extremism. This is one of the reports which we, as Open Dialogue Foundation, together with our network of over 10,000 activists in Central Asia, specifically with Kazakhstan, collected how Kazakhstan used first time. It was the first state which massively used anti-extremist regulation, combating extremist regulation against civil society. What was the result? Everybody was financially excluded. You cannot even have your driver's license. So for these people, Bitcoin and peer-to-peer transaction, the only tool how they can actually be included in the real life, transact or survive. Pay just normally your, lawyer's cost, food, your rent, and so on. So we were very effective as Open Dialogue Foundation bringing these issues on international platform for over 15 years. We released hundreds of political prisoners. We were able to reform Interpol, one of the most complicated police institutions, which was heavily and still heavily abused by authoritarian regime. And because we were so effective, 3 authoritarian regimes, it was Kazakhstan, it was Moldova during Plahotniuc time, and it was Poland, which started to violate rule of law and human rights, started to go against Open Dialogue Foundation and me personally. So as a result, I was announced as a threat to national security in Poland, Kazakhstan, and in Moldova. 3 states against human rights activists, organization based in Brussels, Poland, Ukraine, and in US. And I'm not Kazakhstani citizen, I'm not Polish citizen. It's not Ukraine, my native country, which prosecutes me. No, it's 3 authoritarian regimes, just because I exposed human rights violation on international platform, because people who were in prison were released, because victims of torture, they were released thanks to our advocacy. This was retaliation, and I was a threat to national security for them. And you can understand that you cannot release right now political prisoners without support of parliamentarians. The only tool what actually gives freedom for people in authoritarian regimes who detained arbitrarily or tortured or imprisoned is when some politicians in Western countries, journalists, parliamentarians, they name the name of those people or even personally go to the prison and ask for the release them. And this really works. And because it works, this was retaliation to actually attempt and try to kidnap my colleague and lawyer, Bota Jardimali. This was attack against me and Open Dialogue Foundation with a smear campaign in more than 20 languages. And of course, there was fabricated criminal cases against me, smear campaign, claiming that I'm an extremist, threat to national security, money laundering, I'm supporting Russian oligarchs, and all of these impossible claims. And who cares even if you have decision of the courts? We won all possible decisions of the courts which prove that all of this narrative is false. Who cares? Banks, they don't care. Compliance, they don't need to talk to you according to regulation. So in the very heart of Brussels, we end up with all of our political connections, like President Macron defended me personally and Open Dialogue Foundation. President of Germany, where I was a threat to national security in Poland, I was a national interest in Belgium. So with all these contacts, with all this protection, I was not able to protect one thing, my financial data. And what does it mean? It means every single person who donates us, every single person who gets our donations as recipients, any kind of our workers, volunteers, we had over 600 volunteers. All of them were de-risked, all of them were harassed, all of them were persecuted. So how in the earth you can survive in the middle of the Europe with no bank account? You know how? With Bitcoin. And this is the reason why we really believe that Bitcoin has to be defended, why we should not just, look around and say, okay, the defenders at that time, we can just don't care. No, Bitcoin is a human right. And if you actually understand this, you know that if you don't defend your human rights, you're going to lose it. How we're losing our rights every day. And it's happening with chat control regulation to undermine our privacy of communication every moment right now. Well, parliaments and governments discussing how actually to put intermediary in our private messaging communication. And if we don't stand up, if we don't have a place, Freedom Tech Embassy in Brussels, the place where all regulation actually made, we're gonna lose our rights. And this is why we discuss this issue here. But can you please explain, as a lawyer, as a person who defended so many people transnationally repressed, why actually peer-to-peer transactions are so much important for civil society and what kind of attacks in the Western countries we right now have?
We have very little time left, so I'll give a quick example. Like in Kazakhstan, and this case is applicable to many authoritarian countries. The banking system is basically controlled by few banks that owned by few oligarchs that want to maintain the status quo. In the past, how we did fundraising, for example, a family of political prisoner needs help or they need a lawyer. Usually you put a bank account information, like a wife would put a bank account information online on Facebook or Instagram post and ask for money and people would donate. Right now, all banks in Kazakhstan using basically US provided technology to fight money laundering and terrorist financing, they immediately detect this activity and under 5 minutes that bank account gets blocked. So the bank accounts get blocked and people who try to make donations or made the donations, and we are talking about amounts like $3–5 maximum in local currency, they immediately called by Secret Service and they basically being told that you're going to be charged with extremist financing. And a lot of people actually get charged with extremist financing. So in this type of situation, you cannot rely absolutely on the traditional banking system because this transparency that was created to fight criminals basically used to fight anyone who is opposed to regimes. And that kind of gives you a little glimpse of what can happen anywhere around the world, even in the Western countries. We know how in a lot of jurisdictions we are one election away into becoming more authoritarian state. And by creating those tools, we really give a lot of incentive for the government to use it at some point against its political opponents. And so in this type of situation, and we cannot rely on any basically regulated platforms, crypto asset platforms, because the same way they have to report all the information, and right now they are being in the process of being regulated exactly the same way as the traditional financial system. So in this situation, you only left with few instruments that Mikola was talking about, and they are vital for us. We have to use peer-to-peer transactions, we have to use self-hosted wallets, and we have to use mixers. This is something that to make us less transparent. And obviously, we have to use the Lightning Network when we are talking about Bitcoin transactions. And all these instruments right now, they are under attack. And they are under attack at the global basis, at the level of Financial Action Task Force, International Monetary Fund, G7 countries, as well as the local levels. We see what's happening in the US. In the US right now, this notion of this statement that code is a free speech is being tested by the federal judge, who is basically dismissing it. That's saying that coding is not protected speech if the code is used for illicit activities, but how a developer, this is, I'm talking about Tornado case, how a developer can really control how his code is going to be used in the end. So they're really shifting this responsibility onto developers, and this is something that we believe creates a huge, huge risk for the future. And because we're going to have few developers arrested, few developers going to be extradited to the US by very aggressive, district attorney from a southern district of New York that, can reach basically any point around the world. And if you, as a developer, hiding somewhere where they cannot extradite you to the US, you don't want to be in that jurisdiction, believe me. You really don't. So that creates the risk. And we want to defend the developers because we have to explain, to go back to the regulators and explain that privacy matters. Privacy matters not only to the criminals, but privacy is a human right. It's actually a human right defended by the European Convention on Human Rights, but it's very much forgotten. And we speak with a lot of parliamentarians, and they tell us, what is the problem? We understand the risks. We really understand the risk, especially right now when we face a situation when there is a far right rising. We know what can happen even to us, how these tools that we are creating can eventually destroy our democracy. But the problem is that our constituency puts zero value on the privacy, and that's the problem. If there is no demand from the basically people, voters, for protection of privacy, elected politicians not going to do anything because that will be very strange for them. Like they have other problems, and all of a sudden they are raising issue of privacy. So it's really up to us what we're going to do with it. And Luda, maybe you can suggest some solutions in this situation.
Yeah, exactly. We're actually doing it. We created BTC Coalition, and we want to, BTC Building True Change Coalition. It's activists who were financially excluded all over the world. We go into regulators. We spoke with a Financial Action Task Force. We spoke with Treasury, State Department, Senate, Congress. We speak with members of European Parliament. For the last 2 years, we conduct over 300 of personal meetings. We also conducted meetings, public, as I hear in Council of Europe. And we produce different kind of submissions in defense of freedom technology. We don't differentiate, for example, okay, if we use just self-hosted wallets, we shouldn't talk about proof of work or Bitcoin mining. We have to defend Bitcoin miners because it's a basis for our freedom technology. So we cannot, even if we are not experts, we bring experts to speak with regulators, and we speak about it publicly. If attacks happen publicly, you have to defend and address it publicly. And I'm speaking of it as a human rights defender who was under attack on more than 20 languages, 3 authoritarian regimes, and defending hundreds of political prisoners. You cannot defend yourself when you have public attacks only with silent diplomacy. It doesn't work. And I totally agree with our previous speaker who was saying we have to be loud. We really have to be loud. We have to have a place where we all come and we know that it's our freedom technology embassy. We live in a time when our freedom's just one step to be absolutely taken. And it's our duty to make this effort jointly. We can do it because look, we have a number of reports and have politicians who actually on our side. We just need to calm them. We bring this kind of people for conferences with Bitcoiners and privacy experts, and they say, look, guys, we were looking for Bitcoiners and even, Bitcoin developers, Bitcoin miners, And there was nobody who came to us. We need to change it. We need to educate. We need to make use of our advocates. We need to have network in European single market, just the same like in US. In US, you have so many defenders of freedom technology. Who is defending freedom technology in Europe, if not us? Every of you. We call you to join our efforts, establish Freedom Technology Embassy in Brussels, and make small ourselves of freedom technology in every city of European single market. Then we will win. And our generations, our children, our future will be in our hands. Defend it. Thank you. We're happy to answer questions. We know we left 5 minutes for questions, please. Introduce yourself, if you could.
Banyas, I also go by ArcticMine, and I'm actually, what I work on is in scaling layer 1 in Monero. Now, my question to you is with respect to Chainalysis, specifically on blockchain surveillance, which is what they practice. What are the chances of taking a challenge under the European Convention of Human Rights, a legal challenge against Chainalysis and blockchain surveillance?
This is something that needs to be studied, really, and it's a question that it's absolutely possible. It's absolutely possible, and it's possible to take the case to the European Court of Justice and try to challenge that. But it's a question of resources. I'm sure that there are lawyers that will be happy to take a case like that. It's a question of funding. Yeah. It always comes down, like, let's be realistic, like any fight comes down to little insignificant detail, money.
Yes.
Ballpark figure in euros?
I'm sorry?
A ballpark figure in euros?
No, like I cannot tell you ballpark figure, really. It's a question of negotiations, and can be 30,000, 50,000 to do the case. It's really who you have on your team, how complicated the case, what jurisprudence we have. It requires a little bit more to research.
Well, I mean, it's a legitimate question.
Yeah, it's legitimate, but this is something that there are experts in that particular field to challenge on this type of basis. So I think it's possible to find a very, a dream team and have their fees capped, so they don't go crazy. Thanks God, EU was less expensive than American or British.
But so we have other challenge. There is no donors who want to support this kind of work.
Yeah, if it's any consolation, but the problem is that nobody in Europe wants to finance that.
But Europe would be a great place to create the president.
I'm sorry?
Europe would be a great place to create an international president.
Absolutely.
That's why we, speaking out, that's why we want to unite forces, and we believe that it has to be changed. It has to be a place where actually human rights and freedom technology go in together and they defend it together.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, one more.
Here, from that side, yeah.
So what shocked me is I've worked with Ukrainian charities and Palestinian charities and others, and what shocked me a lot in the last, 2 or 3 years, basically, is how much we have backslid, even in Germany, on these things. And there's just this question, what can we even, or rather, I've been kind of become despondent, because what can we even do if even our kind of Western, very, very usually pro-privacy and pro-protection of those rights countries start to massively backslide at very simple things. And when there are even, with most Ukrainian charities, it's basically the problem that the United States does region-based sanctions. And so even a Ukrainian charity that does humanitarian assistance in Ukraine gets sanctioned or gets bank accounts blocked because they are transferring money to Ukraine.
Exactly.
What can we do about that?
We can do a lot. And you guys, every of you, have a lot of power. Right now, for example, on chat control regulation, we need to activate people from Italy, from Portugal, and Netherlands. Enough if you write your letters. Enough if you call and you go to the cabinet of your politician, your member of the government, and actually ask, I want this regulation to be stopped. You have, as a constituency, enormous power. We just don't exercise this. This is the one example. The case what you present, we as Open Dialogue Foundation delivered for more than 9 million euro humanitarian aid for Ukraine. We use Bitcoin to transact because, as everybody, we were completely financially excluded. The last our bank account in Belgium was terminated again because actually we support Ukraine. So there is a lot of, as I said, there is a basically good environment. There are a lot of politicians who support our cause. And we, for example, last year in European Parliament had, during the drafting of AML regulation, one of the most actually pro-privacy, pro-crypto asset draft of regulation, which recognizes crypto assets as a payment and crowdfunding instrument and many other things. The problem is that we lost it. Why we lost it? Because nobody from Bitcoiners came with us to defend this freedom technology in European Parliament. Nobody. We had only one person, Obin Vosu, who was with us on the previous 200 meetings, but he cannot defend entire industry. I'm sorry. That's why I'm saying it's responsibility. We need you guys. We need you guys. We can do things together, but we cannot do it alone.
And actually, we have one great advantage, because we have those sleeping cells, basically meetups all over Europe, in every city, in every country, and we have to activate people. Even, 10% rule. We need 10% of active people. This rule is applicable everywhere. If we have 10% active people from various jurisdictions, we can change a lot in the EU.
We could defend at that time, but we can actually make changes right now. Join us. We're happy to work together.
Any more questions?
Thank you. My name is Johannes. I have one question. You were telling that people who are donating money to you would be targeted by lawsuits and others.
Yes.
How are you going to protect innocent people who don't know the space and are actually just spending 2, 3, 10 euros from getting a target?
We use BTC Pay server. And that's why we defend. So if you donate through BTC Pay server, you're protected. First, it's like tool. The second, we actually working on positive regulatory environment towards to crowdfunding and towards to actually protection of data. That's why we're saying we need to create this regulatory environment which protects donors, recipients of the funds, and actually developers. Because at the end of the day, if this technology is recognized in regulatory sphere as a negative, only as a illicit activity tool, all developers are going to be challenged and faced with this different kind of incrimination. We need to change it. We need to defend them. Otherwise, we don't have tools.
Yeah, and the problem is, I have to say that EU just adopted new anti-money laundering regulations, number 6, and they really over-regulated all fundraising activities, and that's going to be a huge problem in the future. It's something that, we have a submission actually on this point. I don't know if it was on the screen.
Compare what was achieved by us and what actually was lost, how much restrictive this regulation right now happened. But we still can change it. We're right now going to have special hearing in European Parliament on this specific issue. Join us, come together.
Regulations are adopted, but the rules, they still to be written. And so it's very important point right now to really get aggressively involved in what they're drafting. Because in a couple of years, it will be too late. We really won't be able, there will be no charities, like independent charities, small organizations, because nobody will be able to basically handle this compliance cost. The way how it's drafted right now, I don't think many donors will want to really donate. So it's a big problem. It's a big problem, and that's killing civil society. And this is something that this fight this against these crimes then became basically the major goal for the existence of our society. It's not anymore economic prosperity. When we are looking at the financial system, we are not looking at the rate of return anymore. We are not looking at the growth rate. We are looking at the compliance. And this rules is now going after civil society. And unfortunately, it comes for the crypto industry as well. and with the amount of the regulations, because they have very narrow-minded approach to regulate it exactly the same way as they're regulating banking system. So who's going to survive? It's race to the top. So all large crypto asset service providers will be surviving only those who are part of the banking system, because they will be able to carry all this compliance costs. And it's just a matter of time that the small entities will be absorbed by those giant organizations. And the problem is that self-hosted wallets, now they're going to treat as suspicious transactions.
Yes.
So if you have some money in your self-hosted wallets, it's going to be at some point problem to take them on regulated platforms or turn them into fiat. So this is something that we are going really into this anti-utopian society. And we come as human rights defenders and we say, no, it's not a conspiracy theory. It's not. We're just reading the documents that you are writing. This is how it works.
Yes.
Sorry, we work with facts. We see how happily all these authoritarian countries adopted anti-money laundering regulations, because this is the tool to control the society. And the oligarchs that control the bank, financial system, etc., work together with the regulators there and making sure that they can circumvent the sanctions, that they can move billions around, that they have beautiful stories, that they have wonderful lawyers from the City of London that go and protect them from any compliance. But unfortunately, the civil society is going to be destroyed, and we will end up one day in a very, very different society.
A question. Do you think that at the EU level that it's malice or ignorance that you're fighting against?
Both.
Yes, exactly.
Both.
Malice, does malice come from legacy financial institutions and economic interests? Or does malice come from a philosophical point of view?
It's really hard for me to tell, but you just keep bona, right? Keep bona from that. So we have to use this Latin maxima, who benefits with these regulations. And you see how European Central Bank pushing for the regulations of crypto asset industry. Why? Why they're so much interested in destroying a competitor? Why they want to kind of take control over the industry. Basically, they want to expand their powers, and right now, with the latest changes, they're going to have more oversight over crypto assets industry. This is, you see, I don't think that they don't understand what they are doing. I really don't. And then European Commission, it's again, European Commission, these are not elected bureaucrats. They are not elected bureaucrats. Quoting Donald Trump, the deep state, basically, that we have, but that's the only way to explain it. So our allies in this situation, they're elected members, and
national
really
parliaments,
have to,
members of European Parliament,
absolutely, and in a way, judiciary. But we really have
But we have to educate them. Judiciary cannot actually understand the complexity of this issue if nobody writes about it. So we need to also put pressure on journalists. We also have to speak with academia. That's why we need to have Freedom Technology Embassy, where everybody can come and have this kind of discussion regularly, every day. And Brussels is an amazing place for this. Why? Because everything is happening here. G7 meetings, European Parliament meetings, US coming here, Japan coming here. Everybody is coming here, and we need to have this place to discuss, to defend freedom technology. If not us, nobody is going to do it. Freedoms are never given, they're only taken.
I love your passion and your knowledge and your challenge to everybody here. Thank you so much.
Thank you
for joining us.
Thank you
this
so
weekend.
much. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I love it, man. So cool. So we have an hour and a half now for lunch. There's 3 restaurants downstairs right at the bottom here. They know that we might have more people, so they have staff. So we don't have any food up here. It's downstairs. Everybody pays their own way to get their own lunch at one of the restaurants down. Or if anywhere in the neighborhood. So after lunch, we have a fireside chat with Charlie Lee. That's going to be with Vlad Kostea, and directly afterwards here on the main stage, Sergio Lerner from Rootstock, one of his few appearances publicly. So I hope you guys get some food in and are back here at 2:30 to pick up with the rest of the program. Thank you so much.
pretty good. Okay, so my microphone is on. I hope you guys enjoyed your lunch. I'm Vlad. For the rest of the day, I will be the stage presenter. Whether you like it or not, I was chosen to fulfill this role. And as you guys know, the lunches are very good regardless of the quality of the food because your partners are very interesting, very smart people who work in the space, and you get to network and learn a lot. Personally, I learned a lot about some Zcash project during my lunch break, and I feel like I'm a much smarter person right now. And this is the beauty of proof of work projects in general. And speaking of proof of work, right now I'm going to have this fireside chat with Charlie Lee, creator of Litecoin. And I don't know where the fire is. I haven't seen any fire here. We're supposed to be by the side of it, but I guess we can bring it, you know, we can bring the fire. So Charlie, please come on stage. You can applaud him, even if it's awkward. I decided it's a good idea to sit down for this.
Hey.
So just in case you're not aware, Charlie created Litecoin back in 2011. It was his second coin, as far as I know. He tried to launch a fair version of Tenebrix initially, and it was called Fairbrix. And it was proof of work. It had a fair launch. It did not succeed, but Litecoin has been around for 13 years now. And I agree with Charlie that the first question is going to be pretty existential in the sense that he has been around in the space for about 14 years now, and he is...
13.
13. Okay. He's pretty financially satisfied. I'm not going to say rich or whatever. I'm not going to make assumptions. But he's in a position where he would not have to work anymore. Yet he wakes up every morning and he still works on Litecoin. He could be working on other projects, and I'm trying to understand why. So could you explain to us, Charlie, why you're still working on this?
Yeah, I guess when I first got into this space, I saw Bitcoin as like a game changer, a better form of money that the world has ever seen. So I guess I'm passionate about working on that, making Bitcoin, Litecoin, the best form of money that we've ever had throughout the history of humankind.
Yes, but you're working specifically on Litecoin, and it's your creation. It's something that still has users, still has a community, and you could be working on something that is maybe more exciting for investors, yet you still work on Litecoin, and also you finance Lightning. But why is that?
I mean, I don't care about working on something that's more interesting to investors, right? I care about working on sound money and making Litecoin better. So, and indirectly, that helps Bitcoin also.
What is special about Litecoin right now? And why would you say it's an exciting project? What makes you excited about Litecoin?
So the thing I've been working on recently, or that I've been pushing for recently, is making Litecoin more fungible, adding a privacy layer to it. It's something that is, I feel like is like the one missing piece from Bitcoin and Litecoin. When I first found about Bitcoin in 2011, I saw it as kind of a better form of gold. So it's kind of like gold, but it's digital. It's just a good sound money. But the only thing that is missing from it, even back then, was fungibility. Because of the history attached to every Bitcoin that is spent, each one Bitcoin is not equal to another Bitcoin, which is something that I think is important for money.
Yeah, it's very important. And I got to ask you, do you believe that, for example, Linux scales with every fork of Linux that exists? And you're going to have a version of Linux that looks like Windows, and that's catered for Windows users. And you're going to have a version of Linux that is for developers or for servers. And do you believe that in the case of money, you're going to have something similar, with Bitcoin being this initial project, and then you're going to have different other coins and chains and networks for different use cases? Or do you see it returning to Bitcoin?
I feel like, just like in past history, where, I mean, this is where the term Litecoin is silver to Bitcoin's gold came from, right? Where civilizations have used gold and silver and other forms of money at the same time, where they're for use for different use cases. And I feel like this will continue to be the same with people using Bitcoin and Litecoin for smaller transactions. And of course, there will also be people using L2 and other scaling solutions on top of Bitcoin. But I feel like Litecoin, there's room for both.
You mentioned that you're working on making Litecoin more fungible, and you were not very specific about that. And I think a lot of people in Bitcoin specifically are not aware that there is the MWEB extension block, which was added to Litecoin a couple of years ago. And how would you describe that, and why should people give that a try?
So MWEB is something we added to Litecoin a few years ago, and it's something that gives Litecoin more privacy and more fungibility. The reason why it's worth trying is, well, first of all, a lot of people haven't really tried Litecoin. They don't realize once you've actually used Litecoin and sent some Litecoins, you realize how much faster it is, how much easier it is to use Litecoin than Bitcoin. And then with MWEB, we add a layer of privacy where when you're sending coins on MWEB, only you and the recipient will see how many coins, the amount that was sent, because that's something that's like no one really needs to care about. And it's something that gives away your privacy if everyone sees how much you sent. So that's something, and using cryptography and confidential transactions, everyone can still prove that I did not create coins out of thin air. I sent you X amount and you got X amount, but no one other than you and I know what X is. And I think that's a very important addition to Litecoin.
In the Bitcoin white paper, there is chapter 10, which describes privacy on Bitcoin. And it says that as long as you generate a different, in the white paper, it's described as public key for every transaction, you're going to have pretty good receiver privacy. But at one point, you're going to batch, even if it's by accident, some of these outputs that you received, and you're going to reveal possibly some identity of these coins. Does MWEB on Litecoin mitigate some of these issues, which are described in the white paper?
Yeah, so privacy on Bitcoin can be achieved, but it's not easy, right? You have to kind of do coin control. You have to figure out which transactions you're combining. And yeah, and I've done that before. Many people have done that where if you, for example, if you buy like 10 Bitcoins off an exchange, you may not want to send the whole 10 Bitcoin to someone you don't trust, right? So you might want to split it up first before or spend it somewhere else first. And this is something that most people don't want to deal with it and don't have the technical know-how to kind of manage their privacy that way. So with MWEB or other privacy technology, things like that can be handled for you, right? So you don't have to actually have to worry about. One example I like to give is when you go to a store and you pull out a $20 bill from your wallet, you don't care which one you pull out. And this is the key about fungibility, right? You don't care about which one you pull out. It will just be accepted as a $20 bill, right? As a $20 purchase. Whereas currently with Bitcoin, you kind of had to manage your UTXO, right? You don't want to lose privacy that way. And a MWEB helps with that, for sure.
There are some distinctions to be made when it comes to privacy, because over the years there are lots of projects that call themselves private, but they only covered one or two aspects of this. So you have network level privacy, which is about your IP address not being leaked to the rest of the network. You have sender privacy, which means that you as a sender are not revealing information about yourself to the receiver. You have receiver privacy, which means that the rest of the network doesn't know who you are, but only the sender will know who you are. And you have amounts privacy also, which refers to the amount of coins being moved around between the sender and the receiver. And by design, Bitcoin only has receiver privacy, which means that you generate a new address, and the rest of the network will not know to whom that belongs, but the person sending to you will know. For sender privacy, it's very difficult. For amounts privacy, it was not solved yet. I think maybe you can do that with Lightning, because the rest of the network doesn't know. But I think
Well, you do
it's
it
possible with MWEB, right?
Yeah, because MWEB uses confidential transaction. So the thing about confidential transaction is the amount that's being sent is blinded, which means it's just hidden from everyone else. And using cryptography, you can prove that that the number of coins I sent equals the number of coins you received. The tricky part, and the reason why confidential transaction is not as efficient, or not as a regular transaction, it's just a larger transaction because you need to add proofs to prove that none of the numbers are negative. And that's the key, right? If A plus B equals C plus D, if A is negative, then I can just create a lot of coins out of thin air. So that proof is what makes it less efficient and just adds more data to the blockchain.
Do you believe that MWEB is good enough for what Litecoin needs, or do you also look into other technologies like zero-knowledge proofs and stuff that's happening in cryptography right now?
Yeah, there's always trade-offs, right? If you want perfect privacy, it can add a lot more to the blockchain. You might have to use more data or be more computationally expensive, take more time to create transactions. And ease of use is also very important, right? If it's the reason why people don't care about privacy or really don't use it is because it's not easy to use, right? If it's easy for everything to be private, people would use it, but it's a trade-off. And with Litecoin, I feel like MWEB strikes a good balance of good enough privacy and still very easy to use. So people can send coins between Litecoin main chain and extension block very easily. It's just like a regular Litecoin transactions to peg in and out, and that's very important. And then you get confidential transaction and a little bit of transaction and a little bit of privacy in terms of routing privacy. And I think that's good enough for everyday use.
So far, MWEB has been mostly a tool that was used by people who were running a full node. And I know that Hector works on certain Litecoin projects, ported that to Electrum. But what do you think is the easiest way for people to try MWEB? And I think it's being rebranded right now as virtual private money, VPM. I'm not sure if I like that, but it seems to be a community meme. So what's the easiest way to use it?
We're definitely working on, Light Wallet is going to start supporting MWEB soon. There's other mobile wallets. The key is to make it easy for people to use. And the next year, we'll have more and more mobile wallets supporting this MWEB technology, and that will make it a lot easier to use. But yeah, right now, like at launch, it was Litecoin Core only. And even with that, only Litecoin Core running MWEB, we have like millions of dollars of LTC on MWEB already. And people have been sending back and forth and using it. So it's been good.
I interviewed Andrew Polstra on my podcast, to which you should subscribe, by the way. And he is the creator of MWEB. He's not the creator of Mimblewimble. He's not the creator of extension blocks, but he came up with this idea to put them together to help Bitcoin become more private and scalable. And he's no longer a fan of it. He believes that in the post-Taproot era, he should be working on TapScript and some other constructions which he finds interesting. But my question for you is, do you believe that Bitcoin will one day use MWEB as a way to gain more fungibility?
It's tough. Bitcoin is very conservative. So MWEB will require a soft fork, and soft forks on Bitcoin have been quite controversial, as you know. So I would be surprised if Bitcoin adopts something like MWEB, but I do believe more work will be done on Bitcoin, even layer 1, to add more fungibility and privacy.
Okay, so you believe that Litecoin will be basically the exclusive one for MWEB, or the one that you should be using to access this technology. So that's basically the selling point for it right now.
Right now, yeah, for sure. Right now, with Litecoin has MWEB already launched, it's definitely more fungible and more private than what Bitcoin has.
Would it be fair to describe Litecoin as the most liquid and accepted privacy coin around?
Arguably, I mean, there are trade-offs, right? You have coins like Monero, which has better privacy, and you have Zcash, which arguably has the best privacy, but they're not as liquid, and they're not on all the exchanges like Litecoin is. So there are definitely trade-offs, but Litecoin, I think, strikes the right balance.
Yeah. We are at the Proof of Work Summit, and I think it's useful to also talk about the concept of proof of work and what this means for the entire industry. Because if you look at CoinMarketCap right now, you're going to see that most of the coins in the top 100 are actually tokens from proof-of-stake systems or proof-of-stake systems themselves. There seems to be this diminishing factor for proof of work, maybe because it's expensive or because of regulations. But why do you still believe that proof of work is the way to go?
Well, I've always believed that proof of work is the best consensus mechanism for money. I think the decentralized aspect of it is key for money, where you don't want the rich to be in control of the system, right? So I think proof of work is also what Satoshi kind of invented. There's always been proof of stake. It's not something that is new, whereas proof of work is new to money. And I think it's what actually makes what makes Bitcoin and Litecoin powerful.
If I understand correctly, proof of work was the glue that put all of these elements together. Because Satoshi did not invent proof of work, he did not invent Merkle trees.
Well, he didn't invent anything,
blockchains.
Right?
Yeah.
But he invented the way of putting everything together and making it all work beautifully, and that takes, like, that is its own invention.
Yeah. And also Mike Caldwell has a famous quote. He was the creator of the Cassius coins. He also made some Litecoin ones, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he said that he believes in everything that is honest money. And he believes in gold, he believes in silver, he believes in Bitcoin, and also Litecoin. Because at the time, he believed that everything that you generate with work, with something which is provably valuable, is honest money and has no pre-mine and has no other incentives other than community getting together to do this.
Speaking of that, it's actually interesting how gold is also a proof of work monetary system, right? You have to mine gold from the ground.
And you have to melt it, put it in different shapes.
Yeah. So it's, I mean, in that sense, Bitcoin is very similar to gold. Yeah.
Yeah. And I know that you worked on something that's called proof of activity. And you published a research paper about 10 years ago. And it doesn't seem like it's a popular concept. Right now, people are trying to reinvent proof of stake and find excuses to use it. What is proof of activity?
It's been so long that I don't actually remember too much about it. But proof of activity is kind of like a proof of stake, proof of work hybrid. And one interesting thing that came out of proof of activity is a concept that I thought of, which was, I think I called it like follow the Satoshi algorithm, which is how you can track every Satoshi from now until all the way back to where it was first mined. And the way I used it for proof of activity was to make it a fair way to kind of pick who gets to vote on the next block. So it's following all the Satoshi back to the original block that mined the Satoshi, actually moving it forward, going back from the original block that mined the Satoshi all the way to who owns it right now. And doing that, you can pick whoever gets to vote by picking a block, right, a Satoshi in a block. So what's interesting is that this algorithm is actually what's used for inscriptions, for how to inscribe based off of which Satoshi when it was first created. So even though proof of activity didn't go anywhere, this algorithm is actually used today.
I think the advantage of proof of work is that you can get coins without actually spending money to get the coins, which means you're not affecting the market directly, Whereas in the case of proof of stake, you have to buy the coins from someone who already issued them. And there is no other way around it. And if you want to earn more, you have to stake your coins and receive rewards. So I think proof of work, and would you agree with me when I say that proof of work is an integral part of decentralization? And without it, the system is permissioned to the least.
I think it's different though, right? So you're talking about kind of the issuance aspect of proof of work, where coins are created from mining, but that would end after like 140 years or so, right? But the proof of work system will still work even after all the coins have been issued. So the reason why proof of work is decentralized is because it takes actual real world resources to secure the chain. So it's backed by energy, right? It's backed by something that is real. Whereas with proof of stake, it's not backed by anything other than the concept of who owns what coins, right? So that's the main difference. And because it's backed by something that's real, like real world resources, makes it, I believe, harder to attack, harder for a malicious actor to take over, unless they are able to take over the whole resources.
Do you believe that after the 21 million or 84 million coins get mined, there's going to be a proof of stake transition?
It's a very good question. Like, no one really knows. This whole thing is an experiment, right? So after, or when we get near that, when the amount of Bitcoin that gets created every block is so small, potentially it becomes an issue, right? Right now, arguably the amount of Bitcoins produced is more than enough to secure the network, right? It would cost someone hundreds of millions of dollars to attack the network. But if the block keeps halving, and let's say the Bitcoin price doesn't keep doubling every 4 years, then the amount of Bitcoin that gets created every block will become less valuable over time, and that could become an issue. And that's exactly what happened with Dogecoin, right? Dogecoin had a algorithm where every month or 2 months it would halve, the block size would halve, and it got to a point where it would be like, it would take $100 to attack the network. And that's why Dogecoin went with merge mining with Litecoin to secure the network. So would something like this happen to Bitcoin? I don't know, and I may not live long enough to find out. But what's interesting is that Litecoin, because it's merged mined with Dogecoin, actually has a different end game than Bitcoin today, right? Because Dogecoin block rewards don't have anymore. It's fixed at a certain amount. So Litecoin right now, because it's merged mined with Dogecoin, effectively has tail emission, which is something Bitcoin doesn't have. So it'll be interesting to see what happens over time as Bitcoin reward halves, whether or not Bitcoin would need to do something drastic to fix it. If it is a problem, we don't know. Actually, it will be a problem.
I was going to ask you about that because Elon Musk might not be aware of it, and he tweeted about Doge today as in Department of Government Efficiency, but he's still showing Doge.
Did Dogecoin pump in price today?
I have to check. I'm not sure. But basically, whenever he does that, he's indirectly promoting Litecoin because the transaction fees are going to go to the Litecoin miners.
Well, script miners, right? Miners are mining both
yeah.
Dogecoin and Litecoin at the same time.
But yeah, basically, they're guaranteeing the survival of the Litecoin blockchain.
Yep.
Because
so it's very interesting how merge mining initially, Litecoin kind of saved Dogecoin, but these days it's kind of flipped, right? Dogecoin, the rewards from Dogecoin is dominating. I don't know the specific today, but at one point you were making more money from Dogecoin than Litecoin when you're mining script. And so in a sense, Dogecoin is helping Litecoin more than Litecoin is helping Dogecoin today. So which is a very cool kind of partnership we have.
When you decided to add script to Litecoin, it was very friendly to GPUs. And at the time, there was this transition moment when Bitcoin miners were no longer profitable with their GPUs, and they needed ASICs or FPGAs. and they switched to Litecoin with their rigs to make some revenue with the setups that they already had. And it seems like over time, some companies came up with these ASICs to mine Litecoin. We even have the people from Logotech in the room, and they're working on one of these devices. What I want to ask you is, do you see ASICs as always being the future of mining? Or do you foresee a moment when this is no longer profitable and it goes back to people running miners on their home computers? Because adoption has gotten to that point where it's possible.
Get back to your original point. So when I first launched Litecoin, I did not have GPU mining or ASIC mining in mind. Litecoin was designed, at least initially, to be CPU mined, and which I thought was very important because the original miners are your kind of adopters and they push the coin and forward. So it was important that anyone can mine Litecoin. So the fact that for the first year or two where Litecoin is only CPU mineable was, I thought, was very key to the success of Litecoin. And then you're right, it was actually very fortuitous where when Bitcoin changed from GPU to FPGA and ASICs, all the GPU miners had nothing to do except that Litecoin GPU mining became possible at basically around the same time. So all the Bitcoin GPU miners started mining Litecoin. And then, like you said, over time, ASICs were created, and Litecoin right now is dominated by ASICs. I think that's kind of expected. Something that's dedicated to mining script would always be more efficient. And as you know, mining is a very competitive environment. So if you have the best, most efficient miner, you will win the race of mining Litecoins. So I don't think we'll go back to CPU mining. I think ASICs are here to stay, and I don't see it as a problem.
Okay, I guess we're a bit over time. Is there anyone who wants to ask a question? I have a microphone here, and I can pass it to you. Just raise your hand. I'll get to you, Ben. Okay.
All right. Well, this is just quite more of a fanboy question, but since you're wearing the pizza shirt, everyone knows the story with that in Bitcoin. What is the same moment with Litecoin? I've actually never even thought about that until I stared at that beautiful shirt that Vlad has on. What was the first purchase with Litecoin? Like a coffee or something?
First purchase of Litecoin. I actually don't know, but the oldest thing I remember doing was, like you remember you talked about Mike Caldwell creating Litecoins, physical Litecoins. So he actually created an acrylic coin with an L on it that actually looked like the original Litecoin logo, and he gave me a bunch of those, and at the time people really liked it, so I wanted to give it away, but I didn't want to charge anything for it, so I want to give it away for free. So all I said was just pay me the postage, and I'll send one to you. And at that time, Litecoin was like less than a cent, I think. So postage cost like 70 Litecoins, something like that. So I got paid 70 Litecoins at the time for one of these tokens, and that was one of the first kind of sale I've done with Litecoin.
That's like $42,000 today. 49. It's $70.
Yeah, that's very expensive Litecoin acrylic token. But those are really collectible today. They're probably actually worth more than $4,900.
Next question.
Hi. Yeah, I was interested in the merge binding with Dogecoin and the tail emissions. I hadn't thought of it like that before. It's pretty cool if Dogecoin continues, if meme coins continue to be a thing. So I was just wondering whether you have thoughts as to whether Dogecoin has the staying power to be of service to Litecoin in the way that it is now.
I think so. I mean, when I first proposed merge mining to the Dogecoin community, I mean, no one expected much of it. I mean, Dogecoin was kind of a fun coin. I honestly did not expect Dogecoin to have like a crazy comeback like it did, and I did not think about tail emission when I first thought about merge mining, but it was a happy kind of coincidence in hindsight. This seems like an amazing fortuitous outcome where Dogecoin tail emission is securing the Litecoin network. I'm not sure about all these other meme coins. I think Dogecoin has staying power, just because it's the first one. But there's definitely a lot of other coins that I really don't understand why they're valuable.
Okay, if there are no other questions, thank you very much for participating. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you.
You can ask him more questions over coffee or something. Next up, we have someone who is a Bitcoin maximalist as described by his blog, which is bitslog.com. He is the one, so every time you talk about Satoshi owning 1 million Bitcoin, it all goes back to his research from 2013. And at the time, he proved that from the coins that are assumed to have been mined by Satoshi, none of them were spent, and the price of Bitcoin actually went up because of him. So you gotta think Sergio. It's actually pronounced as Sergio. His full name is Sergio Damian Ledner. You can call him Sergio. He is a Bitcoin maximalist of the purest kind who's always trying to build stuff. He's the architect of Rootstock, which is the first Bitcoin sidechain. And right now he's going to talk about Union, which is trying possibly to unite everyone around Bitcoin. So
Thanks.
Good luck, Sergio.
Thanks, Vlad. Okay. So I have here. Okay, so you already know me. My name is Sergio. And today I'm going to talk about Rootstock work on creating a new bridge that is called the Union Bridge. And is moving? No, this one, maybe. This one. Hey. So why a new bridge? That's what I ask myself sometimes. Well, I started working on bridges in 2012. I actually designed the first validating bridge that ever existed. It was called P2P TradeX and was meant to connect Bitcoin to some other blockchain that didn't exist. And I introduced the idea that one blockchain could validate the block headers of another blockchain. And then marvelous things could happen from that. Obviously, afterwards, I designed the Rootstock sidechain, which was the first production-ready sidechain for Bitcoin. I designed the Rootstock merge mining system and also the bridge. I contributed to the drive chain by designing and publishing the first Bitcoin improvement proposal. It was the opcode called count acknowledged. I discovered a key vulnerability in Bitcoin Merkle tree, which affects all bridges that exist today. Like every single bridge that is a validating bridge must protect against this vulnerability because of a problem with Bitcoin Merkle tree. I designed 2 other bridges, so my life in the last 10 years has been around bridging. But currently, I work at Rootstock Labs and trying to help improve always from the scientific side the Rootstock blockchain. So first, few words about Rootstock. You probably know it. Rootstock is a Bitcoin sidechain. It's merge mined with Bitcoin. It has more than 50% of Bitcoin hash rate. It's super aligned with Bitcoin in the sense that the native currency of Rootstock is Bitcoin and not else. You pay fees with Bitcoin, etc. And also we pay Bitcoin miners for their merge mining work. And so I think it's one of the most aligned layers 2, apart from obviously Lightning, layers 2 that is fully aligned with Bitcoin. So what's the motivation behind Union? Why? Why still another bridge? So the motivation is that the Rootstock bridge currently is kind of a federated bridge. The keys are protected with HSMs, hardware security models, and you need to compromise 5 of 9 hardware security models to extract the private keys, which is terribly hard. And inside each one of these hardware security models, a light client is run. So basically, you cannot extract the public key, the private key. You cannot back up the public key. You have to give an enormous amount of hash rate to the hardware security models because they follow the best chain. So essentially, it's very hard to break. We also have public attestations that anyone can detect and verify which is the firmware that is being run. But there is a problem there. It's not permissionless. Like if I want to participate in being one of the validators of this breach, I can't. Because there is this problem that I'm talking more about later. It's called the security dilution, right? If you let anyone come, then obviously you lose the security. And the other problem is that we are somehow depending on Ledger, the company which manufactures the HSMs, that they don't put any backdoor on the devices, which I think they don't, but at the end of the day, most Bitcoiners will not be 100% comfortable. So the federated model, also known as T out of N security model, is that you need to compromise T parties, or in other words, you need T parties to be honest for the system to be secure over a committee of N parties. And as I mentioned before, this does not allow you to be permissionless, because if more parties come, even if they stake, they can civilly attack the system, dilute the security, and take control of the funds. So that's why we cannot do that. But then we have these fantastic ideas of validating breaches I talked to you before, which have a completely different security model. So let's think a little bit more about how this security model works. So the first insight you learn just when you start working on validating breaches is that a validating breach needs to be an interactive system. It cannot be a system where there's just one party that sends the headers of a foreign chain and feeds this. Because if that is the case, then this party can collude with the block producers of the foreign chain to basically produce any fork they want, feed it to the closed system, and then take all the funds. So you need to be a competition, like anyone should be able to send these headers to this system. The second insight you learn very quickly is that if you try to do that, obviously with blockchains that have a very high block rate, is that it's terribly inefficient and very costly. So what everyone does is, instead of sending one header at a time, they are sending a proof, a succinct proof that say, okay, this 100 headers, these 1,000 headers, is the fork I want to prove that have this withdrawal event that I want to show to this system, right? But again, if you want to preserve this interactivity property, you need to offer a counterproof. So someone else must be able to come exactly 1 moment later and say, okay, no, this is the canonical chain. This is the longer chain, which is the valid chain. Okay? So that's why I said that any validating breach needs to have this property I call one of infinity. Like there is an infinite amount of community members. You just need one to be honest and to have enough funds to send this counterproof. Okay, so we have this T of N security model that is the federated model. We have the validating breach model, one out of infinity, and there was nothing in between. Until October 2013, Robin Linus created this new model that is one of N, which is kind of in the middle. You still have a committee of N members, but you only need one to be honest. Okay, so this allows you to create a new kind of breaches. We call them BitVM breaches. There are many flavors of this. So now we really can have a permissionless system, because we started, let's say we start with 3 members. I'm part of the committee because I want to put my savings in Rootstock, so I want to be part of this committee that is controlling the breach. And so I'm the green dot there. I don't know the other parties. They are anonymous. But if this grows and grows, I don't care. Like, I'm sure that if I'm there, I'm going to protect it, okay? And I'm going to challenge anyone trying to steal the funds. So now we get to know what is this union breach. So I'm going to read it. The Union Bridge is an innovative, trust-minimized, and permissionless, this is the properties I told you about, two-way peg system based on BitVMX, and I'm going to explain what this is. And it's the technology designed by Rostock Labs, for Rostock. So now, what is this BitVMX that I've talked about? This is a project that is an open source project, a collaboration with several companies, including Rostock Lab and Fairgate Labs. And BitVMX is a secure, extensible, I would say soon to be open source, because we are going to do this very shortly, but it's not now. It's a framework for disputable computing on Bitcoin. And by disputable computing, I don't mean bridges. It can be anything. It can be channel factories. It can be payment channels with a new type of systems. I don't know, different, more private channels. I don't know, anything you want. And it can be like different L2 systems, right? So any contract you want to verify on Bitcoin, you can do it with this platform, which is agnostic to the use. So there is a history of different versions of this BitVM idea. So the BitVM, I would call it BitVM 0 or tap leaf circuit, was what was presented by Robin in the foundational paper. And it's completely impractical because you have to transform a program into a huge circuit, and that makes it very difficult to work with. But soon afterwards, Robin started working on BitVM 1, which is a CPU, which is much more practical because it allows you to write your programs, compile them, and run them on Bitcoin. But he abandoned this project. He thought that it was a better idea to create BitVM 2, which has some properties I was going to talk more about later. And then two other projects came, Snarknado, BitSnark, and BitVMX, which is a project that Fairgate and Rostock Labs are collaborating with. And I'm going to explain a little bit about BitVMX and how it works. I'm going to dramatize it a little bit because I think it's the best way to understand it in just 2 slides. So there is normally in Bitcoin, there is a verification program, an input also called the witness, and the verification program obviously can only accept or reject. Like it's a yes-no situation. And of course, the program is referenced in the output of transactions, and the script C, which represents the input, is in the transaction that consumes that output. And we have 2 parties, the prover, there is Patrick, and the verifier, which is Valerie, which she does nothing. She just observes that the script has been validated. In the BitVMX system, this is different. Instead of having one single transaction validate the program, we spread that into a direct acyclic graph of a covenant, actually, of Bitcoin transactions, right? So instead of having a verification program, we have a dispute resolution protocol. But all the rest almost stays the same. You have an input that is given in a Bitcoin transaction. It is signed. But now there is a role for Valerie, which is as a verifier to challenge if Patrick is trying to commit fraud. So this is the dramatization part. So actually, the protocol happens like this. Patrick says, OK, I'm going to withdraw my Bitcoin. This is the program input that makes the program accept. And then Valerie comes in, oh, no, you're a cheater. Let's resolve this dispute on-chain, OK? And so Patrick says, OK, I'll build an execution trace containing state hashes of each step of execution and commit to it. Then we will bisect this trace until we find the disputed instructions, OK? So we have a huge amount of instructions in a trace. It can be billions of instructions. And then they both collaborate on-chain to find a single instruction that they know that the prior state is agreed and the state after it is in disagreement. So Valerie tells, tell me the state of steps X, Y, Z. And Patrick says, here are the signed mid-states on those states. So now Valerie has everything signed by Patrick and can go to the blockchain, go to a Bitcoin transaction and say, OK, please verify this single step of computation. So from a billion step, the blockchain only verifies 1 step. And this is where magic happens. Verifying a full payout of RSK would take like 50 gigabytes of data, of script. If we could compress this into a snark that verifies the same program, it would still take 2 gigabytes of script. But the maximum size of a tapped script is actually 400 kilobytes. Well, verifying a single instruction of a CPU can take a quarter of that 400 kilobytes. So that's how we do it. So BitVMX is CPU agnostic. Like you can code any kind of CPU you want. We have narrowed it and we have focused it in building a RISC-V 32-bit CPU. And why? RISC-V is open source, RISC-V is license-free, there is tool chains, you can write these programs in Rust, in C, in C++, whatever language you want, and then just compile it and verify it on Bitcoin. And the other important property is that we made it what we call dual input support. Like the prover and the verifier, both of them can provide input to the program. That's how we managed to put the interactivity part on the same program. Like the prover can put a snark or an input that says, OK, this is the best chain, in my view, and then the verifier can put an input herself and say, no, no, this is a snark that proves that there is a longer, a canonical best chain, which basically overrides your proof. And then one of them will lose this dispute. So I'm going to go a little bit faster. So we started with a very awful, inefficient protocol. We had 66 rounds. Like this dispute resolution protocol took more than 100 transactions, and it was kind of expensive. And we managed with different ideas to lower it and lower it, lower it. First, we took this approach of NR research, where instead of bisecting, we divide it into multiple intervals, and then one of the parties choose between these several intervals. It's a trade-off between space and rounds, but it's a perfectly good trade-off. And then we created a specific data structure for logarithmic connections of nodes in a DAG, something that a new data structure is something very rare. You don't get much chances of creating a new data structure. We did it. And then we created an optimization of this protocol, and we put this down to 6. Obviously, we need to code it. This is just in the paper, but we know we can do it. And in terms of cost, we also, with improvements, we think we can put down the cost from 600, that is yesterday's cost of the dispute, to only $65. Of course, we need some time to test this, but we think we can do it. So comparing some of these existing solutions, I'm not going to go in much detail in this, but there are two important points here. First, BitVM2 is the only that has just one round. Basically, the prover says something, and then anyone can challenge in just one transaction. That is excellent. The problem with BitVM2 is it's very, very expensive. Depending on the congestion of the network, it can cost between 10K to 200K to finish a single dispute. Where in BitVMX, the costs are between $380 and 10K. So the type of participants that can be staking in this system completely differs from BitVM2 compared to BitVMX. So a little bit about, I have only 9 minutes, a little bit about the Union Bridge. This is very recent design. Like we studied it in July in Rostock Labs, but I think we made incredible progress compared to other protocols. So we have a certain design goals. For instance, we wanted to have flexible management of security deposits and prices. And when you put the security deposits on Bitcoin, where all the other protocols do, it's terribly difficult to share the profits with a different formula. Like in Bitcoin, you have very limited ways of specifying that. So we decided to move everything related to management of security deposits to the Rostock blockchain. And we wanted, obviously, to have cheap peg-ins, fast peg-ins, cheap peg-outs, fast peg-outs, and obviously the efficiency. It was key to have a capital efficiency of the security bonds. Why? Rostock was created for financial inclusion, to let the unbanked, the people without, with capital controls, with a lot of problems with the hyperinflation, to be able to access Bitcoin and fiat currencies with collateral in Bitcoin, right? And we don't want to propose a new system that somehow restricts this. Like, let's only a few participants, big liquidity providers, be able to participate in the bridge. We wanted to keep the system for the people. So that's, for us, it's very important to have cheap peg-ins and cheap peg-outs. So the architecture, okay, so the only thing I'm going to mention here is that there is peg committees, and if all the PEG committee agrees on a PEG out, the PEG out happens instantaneously. There is no dispute, there is no delay, and a PEG out can happen in only 10 minutes or 30 minutes, depending on the amount. All the problems happens, and all dispute happens if one member of the committee is unresponsive, it doesn't want to provide their own signature, and then the dispute protocol starts. So each member of the committee has a lot of responsibilities. Obviously, it's part of the committees. It has to be able to advance funds to the end user on dispute. So this is, I'm going to explain it later. It has to be able to create a snark proof of Rootstock withdrawal. And it is done by executing a light client in a ZK zero knowledge VM. It has to monitor Bitcoin UTXO to be able to challenge the others. So many responsibilities. And maybe there lies some complexity of the protocol. The operator has to have his computer on at all times. So let me explain how it is the flow of a PEG out, because the PEG out is a key element of how it works. So first, the user commands the Rootstock bridge contract, which is a contract that already exists in Rootstock that manages the peg-ins and peg-outs, that he wants to peg out. He logs some Bitcoins, and then the bridge contract in step number 2 will request all the committee members to sign this request. Let's say one of them does not sign. Let's say one of them is unresponsive, non-collaborative, malicious, whatever. So what happens afterwards is, in step 4, is that the blockchain will pick one operator at random, and we'll tell this operator, hey, you have the responsibility to forward the funds to the end user, and then obtain proof and give this proof to the BitVMX protocol. And that's why in step 5, the operator will do. What happens next is that once the transaction is confirmed in Bitcoin, the operator takes this transaction, an SPB proof that it happened on Bitcoin, puts that on Rootstock. Rootstock has an SPB client. Rootstock is a hybrid federated peg. Everything that happens on Rootstock is already a validating bridge. What is not a validating bridge is what's happening in Bitcoin. But Rootstock already is running a light client of Bitcoin in consensus. So basically, this bridge contract can see this transaction and say, OK, it emits an event that says, OK, you are ready to collect the reimbursement. In step 7, the operator goes into the BitVMX protocol, does a kickoff transaction, and this kickoff transaction puts as an input the snark proof, okay? And then with this snark proof, everyone else is able to challenge. Let's say nobody challenged, then sometime later, he's reimbursed from the BitVMX protocol. So it's quite simple, right? So what about the efficiency of security bonds? This was one of the main problems we detected in the other idea. So what we did to be very efficient in the handling of security bonds is to packetize UTXOs. So instead of, as Rootstock is currently, that it has a big wallet with a lot of UTXOs of different values, and it has to choose, every time there's a peg out, it has to choose which one to use, etc. We put all the UTXOs of the same value in what we call a packet, and then there is a following packet, and packets are set up in a sequence, and they are spent in first in, first out order, right? So there's a very specific order that's established how these UTXOs are spent. So in the right, we have the UTXOs that have already been spent. In the middle, the ones that have Bitcoins but have not been spent, the green ones. And on the right, we have slots that have been prepared, like all the setup has already been made, and they just need just one transaction to be filled with the funds, okay? Now, what we can do is we let the operators, the members of the committee, stake or put the security bonds on this smart contract, and the smart contract manages putting the security bonds. And how it will do it, it will put one security bond per packet. So a single security bond covers a packet of UTXOs, and that's a key difference. In all the other protocols, a single security bond covers a single peg-in, because that security bond is on Bitcoin, right? So by moving the security bond to Rootstock, we can put a single security bond for a whole packet. Not only that, if I'm a user and I only have, let's say, 0.001 Bitcoin, I still want to participate, I can put my collateral in a stream that only has UTXOs for 0.01 Bitcoin. So I can be chosen to advance up to 0.01 Bitcoin, not more. But if I have 1 Bitcoin, I can register in a stream of 1 Bitcoin, so I'm able to forward 1 Bitcoin. So everyone can participate. So how do we solve the problem if we put all the UTXOs in the same packet to minimize the security bonds? How do we solve the problem that, if one starts a dispute, it can start all the disputes together at the same time? Or if one party is penalized because he misbehaved, how do we prevent this party from still participating in all the following disputes of the same packet? So this is a block diagram of how this DAG of Bitcoin transaction is created. And we have essentially 3 blocks. The dispute kickoff is the block where when the kickoff transaction happens with the input. And we have this enablement and penalization block that has 1 UTXO that is called the enabler for each operator and for each pegin. So every time you want to do a kickoff, you have to burn 1 UTXO from a table of UTXO that are prepared for you. And so you burn this UTXO, and then you are able, because the kickoff transaction is burning that UTXO. So you have an enabler as an operator, and another UTXO you have to consume to enable as a watchtower. So what happens if you, in the pairwise dispute channel, is the part of the protocol where the disputes happen. If I lose a dispute, either because of timeout or I just submit something that is incorrect or whatever, then this goes back to the enablement and penalization block, because some transactions are enabled if I lose my dispute, and it will cancel all my UTXOs, all my enablers. So there is an incentive for all the rest of participants to prevent me from participating in any other of these peggings opportunities. And there is still one more mechanism that if a single operator opens 2 disputes at the same time, there is a mechanism, there is a single transaction that can cancel both disputes. So no operator is ever able to open 2 disputes at the same time. And that's how we managed to have very small, very low security deposits. Okay, so I don't have much time. I'm just going to skim about the different properties compared with the PoW, which is the current system, the Linus 24 breach, which was the paper that was published recently by Linus, which is another breach system. And so, first of all, the highest decentralization, I think, is on Linus 44 paper, because it's just 1 round. It allows anyone to challenge, although it's very, very expensive to challenge. It can cost like 20K grants, but it's a bit more decentralized. But we can handle minimum peggings of $200 because the cost of dispute is so low. While in the other protocols, for instance, in Linus 24, you would need at least, because of the dispute can be very, very high, you would need at least 100K. Okay? And we can support any kind of integrity proof, computation integrity, Stark, SNARK, or NOVA, or whatever, where the other systems are tied to a specific SNARK, because they are not general purpose, they are specific. And also, of course, because we have this dual input capability and none of the other protocol has, we can support full interactivity, proof, counterproof, etc. Of course, we have the lowest cost, and because we spread the security bond over multiple inputs, we have this, if you compare the amount of collateral you need for a certain scenario I created here, it would be like, you would need like 100% collateral for the Linus 24 breach, while we will take only 1% collateral. We have a roadmap in these 2 projects that are related, but not the BitVMX project, which is general purpose, and we are going to implement these optimizations I talked to you about, and make this open source, and make this well documented for anyone to participate. And then there's the Union Breach, which is a project that Rostock Labs is pursuing. Well, we still have like 1 year until mainnet, because we take very carefully the security side, and there's a lot of funds at stake on Rostock right now, so we need to be very careful on how we migrate from one system to the other. And of course, we need the community approval. This is not something that the community needs time to discuss this. So yeah, as a summary, I presented sorry for the delay. There's the Union Bridge, which is the first, I would say, permissionless and capital efficient bridge based on BitVMX. Rostock Lab continues to develop this bridge. And I invite you all to join our forces with the BitVMX framework or later with the Union Bridge to make Rostock better. Okay, thank you very much.
You mentioned the beer? The beer. The beer event.
Oh.
Yeah, you should.
Thank you, Brad.
Sergio is such a nerd that he forgot that his company is sponsoring drinks tonight.
Yeah, 6:30, there is a meetup, Rostock meetup. You are all invited. There will be drinks. Vlad will be there talking about all these podcasts he does. Yeah? Okay, and I'll probably be there too. See you later. Bye.
I see a very strange pattern here where Charlie was on my podcast 3 times, and Sergio was on my podcast 2 times, and the next speaker, who is Alexei Zamiatin, he is the CEO of BOB, which is built on Bitcoin, and he has been on my podcast 2 times over the last year. So it's almost like, are you here, Bob? I'm trying to understand if he listened to my podcast when he picked the guests and then said, you should present this. It's very odd. Anyway, subscribe to Bitcoin Takeover, and here's Alexei.
Do you have a clicker? Yeah. Is there a clicker? Thank you so much. All right. Hey, everyone. I'm Alexei. I'm the co-founder of Bob. I don't really consider myself a CEO. You don't really say that in our industry nowadays. That creates a lot of problems with regulations. I've been working on Bitcoin for the last almost 10 years now. Not as long as Sergio, obviously. Got started early with research on merge mining, and then spent a lot of time looking at payment channels, curler coins, and always looked into things with the purpose of doing more things with Bitcoin than just holding, but ideally without changing the core protocol. And then got really excited about sidechains and bridges, and spent a lot of time designing bridges, looking at multisigs, at threshold bridges. Spent a lot of time on economic security designs. And obviously got very excited about BitVM. But today I want to talk about not just BitVM. You had a very technical deep dive just now about that. I want to present an idea of how, in my opinion, we could flip the way people use Bitcoin, and instead of wrapping it to other networks, bring it back to something that lives within kind of the Bitcoin ecosystem. And we call this the hybrid layer 2. Now, why do we care about this? And I'm going to run through these slides quickly because I think we're all pretty much aligned about, that Bitcoin is the biggest thing, it's bigger than everything else, and it's likely not going to change in the next decade. And the one thing that's interesting here is that Bitcoin has the least amount of DeFi, right? You have a lot of new products, you have a lot of decentralized exchanges, lending protocols, a lot of financial primitives that have been created in a decentralized manner on Ethereum and similar networks. But on Bitcoin today, if you want to use Bitcoin for trading, lending, using it as collateral, you ultimately have 2 options. Either you go to Ethereum or you go to centralized exchange. And that is kind of quite disappointing. And if you look at the scale and the dimensions of this, let's say, Bitcoin DeFi opportunity, well, if you take the TVL and that value locked in across all of these DeFi protocols on Ethereum and its layer 2s and compare it to its market cap, it's around 30%. But if you look at Bitcoin and we add up all the things we have today in Bitcoin DeFi, it's 0.1% and even less. So there is a big opportunity to actually unlock new use cases for Bitcoin in a decentralized manner, but we've been talking about this for I don't know how many years. Why hasn't it happened yet? And this has been hindered by this chasm between adoption and innovation. And Bitcoin has always been spearheading adoption, right? The focus has been get Bitcoin into as many hands as possible, and I believe that the community has been very successful in that. Unfortunately, what happened is that people would get into Bitcoin, learn about the blockchain, wallets, private keys, and then they would leave into 2 different directions. Either go to centralized exchanges, okay, or they would go to Ethereum and adjacent platforms to do more, and they would use Bitcoin or they would buy other assets, and when they use Bitcoin, they'd wrap it. Which means that fees and innovation does not stay on Bitcoin, it leaves. And we've had this kind of loss and like this bleeding of users' capital and talent over into other ecosystems for the last decade. And layer 2s, as presented by a few people before me and a few people after me, have this potential to ideally bring back this innovation to Bitcoin. And we've already seen this heartbeat increase over the last year, where you have so many new things coming back to Bitcoin with BitVM, but also privacy protocols. And if you compare this to like the couple of years before that, the amount of interest and the amount of people that are working on this has increased significantly. Coming like kind of, it's like a renaissance, because when I started, everybody was working on Bitcoin. Then a lot of people left, and now everybody's coming back. But to solve this problem of creating real Bitcoin layer 2s, we have to solve not only the technical issues, right? It's not about just bridges and security. Of course, we need to find a way to inherit Bitcoin security on a sidechain or layer 2. And we need a trust minimized bridge. That's like the holy grail. I've spent a lot of years working on bridges. We proved that it's actually impossible to do fully trustless. You can get very close, but you always trust someone. But there's two other problems, and I'm trying to appeal here also to pragmatism. You also need to be able to create an ecosystem. Products and builders need to have a way to go to market fast. You can't tell them to study and try to build on a stack that just is not meant for smart contracts. It's not meant for financial products. And that is why we believe that you need to try to inherit things that have been created on Ethereum and other networks, simply because a lot of these things work in practice. And at the same time, you need liquidity. And I'm not just talking about Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin's great, but what are you going to trade it against? If you use it in finance, if you only have BTC, there's not much you can do. You need stable coins, you need other assets. And again, when we're talking about launching a new platform, a new product for builders, they don't have the capital and time to build for 10 years. Startups have limited amount of capital and time. They need to go to market fast. And today, they cannot do this on Bitcoin. So they all leave to Ethereum. And if you ask around everybody who's joining Web3, right, if I use this term as a very broad kind of definition, where do they go? Where do they build? They don't go to Bitcoin, they go to Ethereum. And I know there's a lot of very technical people that care about privacy and decentralization that build on Bitcoin, but if you compare the numbers and the products, most of them land on Base today, not even Ethereum. And that's why we believe that the solution will be something that's a hybrid, that tries to combine the best of both Bitcoin and Ethereum. And I know I'm coming to a mainly Bitcoin-oriented conference, although Ethereum used to be proof of work as well, so I guess that's fair play. And talking about Ethereum. But the thing is, and fact is, innovation has been happening there a lot. And a lot of things that happen and have been built on Ethereum, we're actually now reutilizing on Bitcoin as well. And the idea of this approach is twofold. It's both technical, I'll talk about the tech in a second, but it's also in terms of product. When you launch a new system, you want to have a set of users that are going to be your first power users, and they're going to bring liquidity, they're going to tell their friends, and you want a network effect of people and builders who will come to your platform and start using it and building on it. And that's what you get from Ethereum. Ethereum has the concentration of builders and DeFi today that no other network has. It also has the best-in-class infrastructure. If you want to build a dApp, right? So if you want to build something for trading, lending, payments, whatever you like, you end up going to Ethereum because that just has the best infra. Things like smart accounts, where I can send you a digital asset to your Telegram or email, and you don't even need to have a wallet before that. These things do not yet work on Bitcoin, but they do work on Ethereum. So you use that to bootstrap. But at the same time, over time, you can use a Bitcoin side for growth. And obviously not just for security, because that is, of course, one of the biggest selling points of Bitcoin, but also for growth, because Bitcoin's community is so much bigger. It's so much more different to the Ethereum community. It's so much more globally distributed. And that, I think, is what the Ethereum layer 2 piece has been missing, right? It's been all focused on DeFi and speculation on meme coins. But what if you can combine the two? What if you actually take the best of Ethereum, the infrastructure, and you try to apply it to the problems that Bitcoin has been trying to solve for over a decade? Because frankly speaking, so far, the Bitcoin community has been selling a vision, and the product that they've been trying to sell to people was Lightning. And I'll go on stage and say Lightning doesn't really work as well as we all hoped. We've known that for a long, long time. It might work for payments, but it certainly does not work as the backbone of the new financial system. And the vision that we have is to create something that inherits security from Bitcoin. And Sergio just had a very, very long presentation, very detailed about BitVMX, which is one flavor of BitVM. I'll talk briefly about BitVM2. But the vision here is that you would have something, and again, of course, I'm positioning Bob the logo here, but this applies to any layer 2, any stack. You take something, you take, let's say, the EVM or the Solana VM or whatever smart contracts paradigm that you like that allows you to build products, be it even just payments. And you make sure that it inherits Bitcoin security. And there's multiple ways of doing that. Let's assume we can use BitVM to create Bitcoin rollups. I'll talk about briefly, the trade-offs and differences at the end of the presentation. But then the interesting aspect comes from creating bridges to other networks. So far, if you wanted to bridge assets between Bitcoin and Ethereum, you'd have to put it into custody. And up until the advent of BitVM, it's all been multi-sig bridges, and you trust someone somewhere to hold custody of Bitcoin. And if you want to bridge between Ethereum and other chains, it's, again, in 99.9% of the cases, it's trusted providers that keep custody of your assets. Now, why is this so difficult? Well, because it is quite hard to verify the state of another blockchain. If we do a quick intro to bridges, there's kind of this wide spectrum of creating bridges between different chains. On the one side, you have a single custodian or a multi-sig or a bigger group of people, but ultimately you trust that the majority of them will be honest. And on the far, far other side of the spectrum, you try to build this into the consensus of the system. So you programmatically ensure that, let's say, Ethereum would verify the state of Bitcoin. And if Bitcoin could, and with BitVM we could now actually do that, would verify the state of Ethereum, you could create a system where you can move assets between the two chains without necessarily requiring somebody else to custody them. Well, the interesting thing is that Ethereum can easily verify Bitcoin. Bitcoin verifying ETH, very difficult, not just because of the complexity of BitVM, but also because ETH doesn't really have a secure light client. But the vision that we have here is that we could take Ethereum and say, look, if you want to bridge your assets from ETH to Bob or another hybrid chain, you could do that, and you could always get them out if we modify the layer 1 contract. And let's start with an ETH rollup like Arbitrum, where if you want to bridge your assets in, it's very quick, it takes a few seconds. But if you want to bridge them out, it's usually 7 days because the smart contract will observe Ethereum to see if there's been a fraud proof for the rollup, right? If you want to withdraw assets from Arbitrum to Ethereum, it takes 7 days because you have to wait to see if there's been any fraud proofs. Now, instead of looking at ETH fraud proofs, what we can do is we can point the Ethereum bridge to look at whether the sidechain, the L2, has finalized on Bitcoin. Now, let's say if we are able to create optimistic rollups on Bitcoin using BitVM, and we'll talk about the challenges in a bit, but let's assume we can do that efficiently. Well, then we would point the smart contract to not look at Ethereum fraud proofs, but look at Bitcoin fraud proofs. And just do the same thing. If there's been no fraud proof on Bitcoin in 7 days, okay, well then everything's fine. We consider the state finalized, and you can withdraw the assets. Now, why is this cool? This is cool because it's very easy to verify Bitcoin's consensus from within Ethereum. We basically take a Bitcoin light client and just implement it as a smart contract. And because Bitcoin is so simple and it's easy to explain, it's also easy to verify as opposed to all these other modern chains. It's actually quite easy to do. And this technology, or like not technology, but this tech, like this smart contract has been implemented back in 2016. We built one that's a bit more efficient in 2018. Rootstock has been operating one. TBTC has been operating one. So this is battle tested. This is super easy to do. And what we get now is a system where you can deposit, as a Bitcoin user, your BTC into the layer 2, and you can withdraw it as long as at least one person on the Bitcoin network is online to challenge, right, in BitVM. And I'm assuming that you all paid attention to Sergio's talk when I referred to BitVM here. But at the same time, on Ethereum, an ETH user could deposit their ETH and ERC20 assets into this platform and withdraw them as long as, again, there's someone online on Bitcoin to make a challenge. And if there's one thing that I think everyone in this kind of industry can agree on, whether they're Bitcoin builders, ETH maxis, Solana meme traders, it's that Bitcoin is secure. Every day when we wake up and go to work, we assume Bitcoin works. Because if Bitcoin doesn't work, everything else falls apart. And the interesting bit is that this actually scales to any chain that has smart contracts. Because again, Bitcoin's consensus is so easy to verify. What we can do is we can build the same thing on Solana, on Tron, on Ton, if they consider that it has smart contracts or not, debatable, Sui, whatever you like. Pick any of the modern chains that have smart contracts and try to solve different problems. They all can verify transactions on Bitcoin, and this means also they can check whether fraud proof happened or whether some form of finality has occurred for a sidechain or layer 2 that uses Bitcoin as security. And this means that we can flip or invert how people have been using Bitcoin in DeFi or for using it in applications. Instead of us fragmenting Bitcoin liquidity across all of these chains that are not really related to Bitcoin at all, and moving the BTC over, trusting usually third-party custodians, because I can tell you that building BitVM for these systems will be quite difficult because most of them don't really have a secure light client, which means it's quite hard to do that in BitVM as well. So instead of doing that, we just say, well, look, we can build platforms, and Bob is just one example. This can be applied to any type of sidechain, where you say, okay, we inherit Bitcoin security, but then any of these other platforms can deposit their assets into this hybrid L2 and withdraw them back as long as Bitcoin is secure. I mean, that's kind of the oversimplified selling point. It's more specifically, as long as there's one person in the network that will make a challenge on Bitcoin. And the cool thing is, this is how exchanges work. When you deposit into Binance, Kraken, whatever, you trust that you'll be able to get your assets back, but you can, you can deposit Bitcoin, trade it against Solana, withdraw to the Solana layer 1. But you trust Binance. And in this case, you don't trust Bob. You trust that there's someone on Bitcoin that will make the challenge. And that is the vision that we have for this hybrid L2 design, because it finally allows us to create the real flippening. Instead of draining Bitcoin liquidity away into the networks, other networks can easily just deposit their assets into this platform. Because if we look at the distribution of trading volumes, it's mainly moving from ETH to layer 2s, clearly, because the fees are much lower, it's easier to use, and it's still on centralized exchanges. It's very rarely on, and maybe Solana is an exception, but it's very rarely on the layer 1s themselves. So users are naturally they've been trained to deposit their assets from the layer 1 into something else. And layer 2 sidechains, they're just platforms like the original layer 2s have been the exchanges all the way along. And of course, what enables this is BitVM. And that, I think, has been one of the most hyped and most exciting topics on Bitcoin for the last decade, in my opinion. And one of the milestones that we've achieved here is that we've improved the BitVM design, and probably Sergio is going to argue with me here, but BitVM 2 significantly improves over the previous BitVM 1 design. I'm specifically only referring to BitVM 1 to not get into debates of the other variants. But BitVM 2 allows anyone to challenge, which means that we really get to this level where as long as someone is online on the network, they can prevent theft. And the other thing is that in BitVM 2, you only need 3 transactions to actually complete a challenge. These transactions might be big, and it's a technical optimization problem there, but it's only 3 transactions, which means you trade off the communication complexity, because in BitVM version 1, when it was first conceived, you'd had to transact up to 70 times, and I know there's been versions that have improved that efficiency, but here it's only 3. And there's bigger transactions, they might be more expensive, but this gets us very, very close to what we have on Ethereum today. And if you look at the bridge side, and again, Sergio give you a much more detailed explanation of this, but on the bridge side, what we get to, and this works in theory for most BitVM versions, but specifically for BitVM 2, because we have this anyone can challenge property, you can be sure that if you deposit your assets into this bridge, they cannot be stolen, as long as there's one person in the network. And this could be any one of you. You could be running a node at home, and you can prevent theft. And this is a major improvement over bridges as we've seen them today. Because previously, whether you have a single custodian, a multi-sig, if you use threshold signature schemes or MPC protocols where you scale the number of signers into dozens, into hundreds even, maybe in theory in the future, the difference here is that even, let's say you have 50 bridge operators for redundancy, even if they all collude, all of them are malicious, they all want to steal a Bitcoin, as long as someone's there to challenge them, they can't. Because they'll get kicked out one by one out of the operator set, and the worst thing that can happen is that your assets are frozen. Still very bad, of course, like frozen Bitcoin is still lost, but there's no economic incentive to actually try to steal, and that is a major difference to existing bridge designs. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to explain BitVM 2 in 1 minute. This is definitely not going to be as technical as a previous talk. So if you really want to have the technical details, I would refer you to the paper. A very academic way of, or like a very academic thing to say. But the idea of BitVM 2 is that we take an arbitrary program. And the first thing we do with it is we compress it. And we compress it into a snark, for example. For example, we could use a gross16 verifier, and this slide is actually outdated because it's no longer 2 gigabytes. I think it's been optimized even further to, I think, 1.5 or even sub 1 gigabytes. I need to check. There's been quite a lot of optimizations there. But this thing, this gross16 verifier, is implemented using Bitcoin script, which means it's very inefficient. It's very big, obviously, because, well, we have to implement everything from scratch, most of the primitives. But it's possible, and I think probably everybody in this audience knows, but many people outside of Bitcoin don't know, is that in theory you can build any program in Bitcoin. It's just very inefficient. Instead of things that would be maybe 5 lines of code in Python or Solidity could be 100 lines of code in Bitcoin script, just because you don't have the primitives and you have to rebuild everything from scratch. Now, this is a problem that we have generally with Bitcoin scripting. Like, you can build anything, it just doesn't fit into a block. 2 gigabytes is way too big. So what can we do? And here you can take 2 routes. One route is trying to fork in more functionality into Bitcoin, things like OPCat and other soft forks or upgrades that would allow us to compress the size by having better primitives, and it just reduces the size of the program. That's one option. The other option that does not require a fork is BitVM2 in this case, where we take the program and we split it up into chunks. Each of these chunks is at most 4 megabytes in size. Now, why 4 megabytes? Because that thing we could run in a Bitcoin block. Even if it's expensive, it's possible. And what we do is we take this program and we split it up into subprograms that are sequential. So if you run all of these, let's say 10 programs or whatever, in the same order, you get the same result as running the initial program. Basically, what you actually get is the verifier tells you, yes, the program that you put in there for this input gives you exactly the output that you expect, for example. If we just simplified, output's true or false, depending on whether the person that ran the program gives you the right or wrong result. Now, what we then do, and this is all off-chain. This is not on-chain, no on-chain footprint so far. And then during the peg-in, and I'm using the bridge, for example, here, because it's a bit easier to explain than a rollup. During the peg-in, the operator will commit to this program, right? You use pre-signed transactions, we emulate covenants using a committee, and all these details are in the paper. But I commit to running that program. And when I peg out, specifically when a user wants to take their assets out of the bridge, the way this works in BitVM is that I, as an operator, front the cash. So I front the Bitcoin to the person withdrawing from the layer 2 or sidechain. And then I go to BitVM and I reclaim the Bitcoin, saying, well, look, somebody was withdrawing. I gave them the Bitcoin. Give me the Bitcoin back because I fulfill the service. That's great. Now, I commit to the result of the program when I make this when I kick off this refund process. And if I was right, if I did everything correctly, we're done. No on-chain footprint. You don't need to challenge it. That's the whole thing of optimistic computation. If things go well, it's very cheap. Now, if things don't go well, I'll get challenged. And then when I get challenged by anyone on the network, I have to respond within a period of time with the intermediary results of that program. So I have to post data, and this can be on Bitcoin, it can also be somewhere else, but let's not go there. And I have to reveal the intermediary steps of the computation. Now, why do I do that? Because now anyone on the local machine, by now, if I try to steal, if I didn't send the Bitcoin to Sergio, for example, but I sent it to myself, and then I try to claim the Bitcoin back from BitVM, meaning I'm stealing, everybody on the network sees that. It's pretty clear that I've been stealing. It's now about really showing it to the Bitcoin smart contracts and all the Bitcoin full nodes to enforce that I actually don't get the Bitcoin from BitVM. And once I've revealed all these intermediary results, there's only 2 possible outcomes. Either I was honest, so all the intermediary results here should be the same as on every local computer, or I wasn't. And if I was trying to be smart about it, I maybe only changed a small thing. And essentially, in this example here, the second to last program gives us the wrong result. Now, if we were to simplify this and not think of a bridge but a multiplication, this program that is sequential, it would be just adding 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2, right? And we'd always get 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 as intermediate results. Now, if I'm cheating and I say, well, the second to last result is not 10 but 9, obviously everybody sees that. And the only thing that you'd have to do then on the network, and this can be done by anyone, is to take the corresponding program, run it in a Bitcoin block, and ensure that the result is not 9, but it should be 10. And that's how actually you can disprove the computation. You can ensure that I was cheating, And then using a very similar technique as we've seen in Lightning or Arc, you invalidate my transaction that I was trying to use to steal the Bitcoin. And that's it. So in short, you take a program, you compress it, you split it up, you commit to it, and then when something goes wrong, you force the person to reveal some intermediary data, and then that allows you to determine which step I actually cheated on, and then you just run that subprogram and you're done. And that's why BitVM2 itself is so much simpler than the BitVM1 design, because it's much easier to understand. The complexity is in the Gross16 verifier, but that has been battle tested already, so we can abstract that away from a lot of the implementation effort. And if you want to read the paper, that's the link. We have 1 minute left. I don't think we'll do questions. So instead, I'm just going to go to this slide. Or does anybody have questions? No. I'm just going to end with this slide and try to kind of discuss the different types of Bitcoin security that we could achieve today or in the future. And obviously, the holy grail will be a ZK rollup, right? As we know them on Ethereum, and I use the definition that the Ethereum world has been using for this, where every node validates, right? If you want to, let's use the bridge, for example, or you're trying to withdraw assets from the layer 2, and there has to be a proof that's validated first before that happens. So we know that the sequencer wasn't cheating, everything was executed correctly. The problem is this does not work on Bitcoin without a fork. I know there's some teams claiming that, well, let's see, we have to see it to be convinced otherwise, but so far the assumption is we need to fork in something like OPCAT, or maybe even that doesn't suffice. So we could do an optimistic rollup, right? BitVM works for any program. You could plug in an entire virtual machine into that. That's cool. So every node now validates the fault proof. So as long as somebody's online to challenge, we're fine, because then every node will see and verify that there was something wrong, and then you can deal with it. The problem is, well, the dealing with it is quite complex, and I don't think it's going to work as well on Bitcoin as people are seeing it on Ethereum. But there's very high cost to posting that data that you need to make the challenge to Bitcoin. So high that it's probably not going to be feasible to run this in production and be competitive with Ethereum rollups. So the next step would be, and I'm actually out of time, so I'm going to wrap up in a second. The next kind of level is in so-called Optimium, where you do the same thing. You have an optimistic verification layer, but you don't post the data on Bitcoin. You post it on something else. You dump it like on a merge mine sidechain. Now, the issue is this is more effective now, where every node validates the fault proof, but to make sure that this is secure, we now need to check that the data was actually available. So we need to actually run a light client for the DA layer in BitVM, which makes this quite complex. And then the other two options that I do want to bring up, because they are quite interesting and they might offer the perfect balance between security and practicability, because in my opinion, the first three things above are not necessarily practical today or in the near future. And the two things that could work are sidechains that use merge mining or Bitcoin staking. And this is a Proof-of-Work Summit, so I'm not going to talk about staking too much. But these things give you some level of Bitcoin security. So a subset of the Bitcoin nodes verifies your chain, but you could still easily build a BitVM bridge that allows you to trust minimize deposits and withdrawals. And these are quite efficient, but they have their own limitations. They're not as secure. And with this, I just leave this kind of for consideration. I don't think ZK rollups and optimistic rollups are something that will work on Bitcoin this year in practice. Because one thing that I would like to say, and that's probably my final statement, we should not just build for ethos. We should build for actually practicability and be pragmatic about it. Because if we have learned one thing from Lightning is, sure, it's secure, but if nobody can use it, we're not solving a problem. And if we build something on Bitcoin that has Bitcoin security, but is so much more expensive than anything else on Ethereum, on Solana, nobody's going to use it just because it's Bitcoin. They'll keep wrapping Bitcoin to these chains. And with that, thank you so much. Check out Bob and what we're doing, and see you around. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Alexei. I'm not sure if you're following the trend here, but BitVM seems to be a pretty good deal. Sergio spoke about building on BitVM, and now we had Alexei also speaking about building on BitVM. And the next I'm used to my podcast, sorry. The next speaker is going to also talk about what he built with ZK rollups on Bitcoin. And that one is also something that came after the creation of BitVM on Bitcoin. It's called Citrea. It made the news earlier this year. It was a pretty big deal, and it still is. They managed to create the first ZK rollup on Bitcoin, and that is sort of historical. You disagree with me, Jonas? Which one? Oh, there's a break? Okay, sorry, I got too excited. You can take a break and we'll be back. Do I have an old version or something?
You're still my only one. We were never this broken. Never this broken. We were never this broken. This broken. Always believed that we were closer. And I'm wondering now, were you just a poser? My body hurts, can't believe it's over. I hope you'll remember me when you grow older. No, I've been haunting you. And after all we've said and done, you're still my only one. We were never this broken. Never this broken. We were never this broken. This broken.
fastness has fast cats, London up like ass cracks, ladies, ponies at the track. It's my chocolate attack. Shit, I'm stepping hard this year. Can't bear repping it hard this year. Watch me as I gravitate. Ha, 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 yo, we go roots down this motown with your sound. You're in the blink, gotta fight with us, can't fight with us. With your sound, you kill the ink, so don't stop. Get it, until you jet it. And watch me as I navigate. Ha, 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 so feel good, feel good, feel good, feel good, baby, feel good, feel good, feel good, feel good, baby. Cities breaking down on the camel's back. 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 Feel good, feel good, feel good, feel good, baby, feel good, feel good, feel good, feel good, baby. Don't stop, shady, get it. Where is your captain and its daddy? Watch me navigate. Ha, ha, ha. So don't stop, shady, get it. Where is your captain and its daddy? Watch me navigate. Ha, ha, ha. So. Feel good, feel good, feel good, feel good, baby, feel good, feel good, feel good. shame. Lord, won't waste this simplicity. All possibility. Get me up, wake me up, trace of feeling. Dish, twist of flame. Slow and still like the good stuff. Who's gonna win? All slowly falling at the door. And no bridge to the wall, anymore. Suddenly, guess harder to ignore. Straight ahead, there's nothing left to see. What's done is done, it's like it's done, it's hard to be. Just let it go. What now can never be. So nobody's holding it back from me. 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 Nobody's holding off the ground. Higher off the ground. I can feel it in the air, around it's everywhere. We got it going on. Like a night when we dance alone, feels like I'm the only one. We got it going on. You're taking me higher, higher, higher off the ground. You're taking me higher, higher. I'm feeling safe and sound. You're taking me higher, higher, higher off the ground. You're taking me higher, higher, higher off the ground. You're taking me higher, higher, higher off the ground. You're taking me higher, higher. I'm feeling safe and sound. You're taking me higher, higher, higher off the ground. You're taking me higher, higher, higher off the ground. Higher off the ground. Higher off the ground. Higher off the ground. Moving they don't want to move. In the air when it's hard to breathe. We got it going on. I could be the one you need. Lead the way when it's hard to see. We got it going on. You're taking me higher, higher, higher off the ground. You're taking me higher, higher. I'm feeling safe and sound. You're taking me higher, higher, higher off the ground. You're taking me higher, higher, higher off the ground. You're taking me higher, higher, higher off the ground. You're taking me higher, higher. I'm feeling safe and sound. You're taking me higher, higher, higher off the ground. You're taking me higher, higher off the ground. Higher off the ground. Higher off the ground.
Hello again. I hope you enjoyed your break. Right now it's time to get Orkan Kilic, who is the creator of Citrea. He takes responsibility for bringing ZK rollups to Bitcoin. He became famous this year for bringing the first rollup. And he also earned the respect of his critics, which is why I respect him even more. Super testnet, Robin Linus, they were saying you're not building something legit, and they came back and they said, you know, this guy's for real. So pay attention. You're going to hear about him a lot.
Thank you a lot. Hello, everyone. I'm Orkun. I am CEO of Chainmail Labs and co-creator of Citrea. Today, I won't be just specifically talking about Citrea, but in general, the ecosystem in Bitcoin and how do we get to hyperbitcoinization and define hyperbitcoinization as well. I'm a bit sick, sorry about my voice. And yeah, let's get it started. I think this one is not connected. Okay, I was pressing to the wrong button. Okay, so let's start with the Bitcoin white paper, where everything is defined and put in a way that a purely peer-to-peer version of electronic cash would allow online payments to be sent directly from one party to another without going through a financial institution. So in 2008, Satoshi had a single goal, simple use case, which is the payment, and simple goal, no centralized or custodial institutions taking over this electronic cash. And a couple of years after Daniel Kravis, now I think supports the BSV scam, is like put this in a way that hyperbitcoinization is a voluntary transition from an inferior currency to a superior one, and its adoption is a series of individual acts of entrepreneurship rather than a single monopolist that games the system. So at the same article that he defines hyperbitcoinization, he also talks about hyperinflation. So hyperinflation is a kind of democratization when the government inflates the currency at an accelerating pace. Hyperbitcoinization is a different, but it will appear superficially similar. So in both kind of events, prices in the doomed currency will skyrocket until it is not a currency at all. So I'm coming from Istanbul, Turkey. I'm born and raised in Turkey, but I live in Istanbul, so I'm very familiar with this hyperinflation thing. And you can see the stats over here. Like in Turkey, it is like close to 90% in paper, but in reality, it is more than 100% for sure. In Argentina, it was the same. And in Zimbabwe, it was the same when they removed their currency, and now they bring it back, and it happened the same thing to them. And they shared a common thing with these currencies and Bitcoin, and that is their chart looks like this compared to the Bitcoin. They all went to zero, like Argentinian peso, Turkish lira, they literally zero compared to the Bitcoin's value. And this is not just like for these countries that are developing and kind of, I can say maybe not the first countries that you can think of, but compared to this, USD also looks the same. It is no different than any other currency, no different than Turkish lira, no different than Argentinian peso. It is governed and simply controlled by a centralized and custodial institution that prints the money and hyperinflates to make profit for their small classes and their friends. And why Bitcoin is a superior currency? Because it is decentralized, which means it is verifiable by everyone that has an access to internet and a small computer. And that's why it is also censorship resistant, where you can transact without getting anyone's will by just sending a transaction and broadcasting it to a peer-to-peer network. And that's why it is also borderless, because Bitcoin nodes is not aware of location of other nodes. They just have some kind of IP, which is currently a bit more centralized than it should be in the future, but it is still borderless. And for the hyperbitcoinization, there's a growth model that's described in a Medium article by this writer called Obi-Wan Kenobi. And I really like this because it clearly shows the stages of Bitcoin and how do we get to the hyperbitcoinization point, where at the beginning there was a very minimal value of Bitcoin, and there was innovators, miners, small meetings, and at the later stage, now there's micro bubbles, which engineers are coming to Bitcoin, trying to build some stuff like building very primitive exchanges, building wallets, nodes, mining pools, started organizing conferences. And now at the bubbles phase, I think we are in here right now. We are seeing new kind of exchanges, which are trying new stuff rather than just having all the custody. And now we are also seeing layers. So this article was maybe like 8 or 9 years ago, but mentioning about like layers as a like milestone in there. And also there is the industry use, which is getting started. And after, this is the tipping point with green, you can see. And all of these stages, Bitcoin starts as store of value, which you can have a Bitcoin, and it should store its value over the years compared to the other centralized currencies. But as the red curve grows, then you have the medium of exchange, where you can transact Bitcoin freely to other people with high through output and willingly like low fees as well. And the final goal is to have unit of accounts where we denominate everything in Bitcoin, so we don't have to have any other form of money. We can obviously have other assets, like we own our house, we own maybe some stock in some company, but eventually money should be Bitcoin. So we are coming to the tipping point where now we are seeing new exchanges, new layers, broad industry use, and even seeing like some institutions adopting Bitcoin, some banks adopting Bitcoin, and some governments adopting Bitcoin. So this is really a tipping point for us. So there's a rapid price appreciation in that model, and it comes with a minimal price volatility at the end. But this means Bitcoin will see a lot of load on its base layer, not just as a currency, because if you transact Bitcoin in some centralized exchange, it doesn't mean anything to Bitcoin, and it's not your Bitcoin. But in the real scenario where we hold our keys non-custodially, then this brings a load to Bitcoin. So this is the challenge from store of value to unit of accounts. Bitcoin L1 cannot handle to scale to everyone, and Bitcoin L1 cannot scale for all use cases. In real world, with money, you just don't simply pay for buying something. You also do other operations. Yeah, like you lend your money, you borrow your money, you use other assets like securities, like buying a mortgage, I don't know, but it is more than a bit just like doing a simple payments. You need to have more functionality to do similar things to payments, but not just payments. So let's get back to the definition of hyperbitcoinization. Hyperbitcoinization will be achieved through a series of individual acts of entrepreneurship. I think this is the individual acts of entrepreneurship, rather than staying in this just single box, which is the L1, and trying to make the blocks bigger, which didn't work out, or trying other stuff. We should allow any kind of experimentation to be done on Bitcoin to improve Bitcoin. All of these will get with like some trust assumption. They are not perfect. Even Lightning, it is trustless, but is it perfect? No, it is not perfect. And all of these layers will come with some kind of trust assumption, some better UX, some worse UX. But eventually we need to have this experimentation to reach a point that we find the optimal trust assumption, hopefully trustless, and we can do more stuff with our Bitcoin. And we will have multiple settlement layers, we will have multiple DA layers, and multiple projects and applications on those projects that will shape the future of Bitcoin. And that's why we are building Citrea. We are building for a Bitcoin-backed economy and designing Citrea as the execution shard of Bitcoin. So the ideal goal is to become a trustless ZK rollup with some kind of soft fork. This can be an OPCAT, this can be an OpZKP, but today we are building a trust-minimized ZK rollup settled on Bitcoin using BitVM2, which are fork of BitVM2, I can say Clementine that Sergey mentioned in his presentation. But maybe a bit story about Citrea, that we didn't just like think, okay, ZK rollups are cool, let's build them on Bitcoin. I think when we launched Citrea brand, everyone think in that way, because I did my first interview with Vlad, and everyone saying that, okay, this guy took something from Ethereum and trying to build on Bitcoin without a purpose. But we actually get from a point there we see ordinals are happening on Bitcoin. And despite ordinals, there were like some sidechains, side systems like Stacks and Rootstock and like some other alt currencies, but they never seen high usage, even though there's a lot of pressure on the Bitcoin L1. And that is a simple reason, because people want to use Bitcoin, BTC, as their money. They don't want to use other assets as their money. And they do want to transact with the security of Bitcoin by simply using Bitcoin block space. And they are not willing to just get rid of their rights by switching to some other currency or going to a sidechain where they lost a lot of security of Bitcoin. So, and these are some of the use cases that I can briefly talk about. Today, in Bitcoin, we are in a stage that in order to have a privacy, we need to trust custodial means. They come within a form of eCash or Fedimint, which you simply trust with your Bitcoin. And those solutions they're not Bitcoin. If you deposit to a eCash or Cashew, then you are not simply holding any Bitcoin. You are holding a note that's pressed by some mint, which has no value compared to Bitcoin. If you just look at the Bitcoin, those notes are just they're simply nonsense. In order to do payments, you say, okay, let's use Lightning, because why not? That's designed for payments. Then you try to open a wallet, and there are 20 pop-ups coming up. Okay, channel liquidity, done. Send money, done. Oh, but I onboarded custodially. But okay, it doesn't matter. But at the end, these solutions have some factor that makes them converge to custodial solutions, like we see in payments. Most people use custodial Lightning wallets to make payments and think that's fine. But it cannot be the permanent solution for Bitcoin. And the other use case, you need some other currency or some other asset in real world to do something because the other counterparty doesn't know about Bitcoin. And now you have to sell your Bitcoin to do this, or you have to lend your Bitcoin and just collateralize with that Bitcoin and get some other assets. And now you are trusting custodial lending desks to do it. And even for buying a Bitcoin, you are just giving your fiat money to some other custodial to buy Bitcoin, which is not ideal. So for all of these use cases, we want to make them non-custodial. We want to make privacy non-custodial. We want to make payments non-custodial. We want to make borrowing against Bitcoin non-custodial. And we want to make buying Bitcoin non-custodial. So even though you hold another asset, which can be a security, which can be a fiat represent coin, then you can have them non-custodially and simply switch to a Bitcoin anytime without asking for anyone or going to a custodial solution. And some other interesting thing that we can talk about here is Bitcoin-backed stablecoins. I think when I say about stablecoins, people think that, okay, these are like USDC and USDT or similar stuff. But they are not simply stablecoins. They are just fiat-pegged coins where they are pegged to $1 or some other currency. And you are trusting that currency will not get inflated. But what I'm talking here is an actual stable coin, which is stable against other currencies in the world, like dollar, like euro. I think this is the best example here is the RAI token on Ethereum. Maybe some of you know, which is a stable coin backed by Ethereum. And it actually performs well compared to the euro, dollar, Japanese yen, and other currencies. And it is much more stable than Ethereum. And it's still backed by Ethereum. So, for example, just porting this use case to Bitcoin is a huge win for me because now we have an asset that is fully backed by Bitcoin. So you can get your Bitcoin anytime if you minted these assets. And this asset is more stable than Bitcoin today. So you can do payments to the merchant which doesn't accept Bitcoin today. They can accept this token because it is much more stable than Bitcoin. And it can be even much more liquid with local currency shops that you can simply switch to a fiat currency for that. So these are just like example of some use cases that I can talk in 5 minutes. But by building a generic execution shard on Bitcoin, we enable all of these use cases come to Bitcoin without changing Bitcoin. So our testnet went live 4 days ago on testnet 4, which is very interesting because I think we are the first application on testnet 4. It's still not so clear about the future of testnet 4, but it's good for us to experiment this rollup on top of Bitcoin and show that it is actually connected to Bitcoin because there will be a lot of reorgs on testnet which our rollup has to handle. But yeah, if you want to experiment with any of these, you can see our Twitter account here and web account here. There's a lot of guides on how we can develop some applications or how we can simply onboard to Citrea, which doesn't require you to open a channel or find a counterparty. You can simply have a static address and get your funds there and start using Citrea without going through this custodial stuff. And yes, that's all about my presentation. So if you have any questions about the technicalities of Citrea that I can explain or about this presentation. Thank you. All right, thank you, everyone.
It's flowing like a freeway. Ready for the next phase. Feel it in my hip space. If I fall in too deep, won't you come with me? Comatose, make me weak. Drain me till I'm empty. Champagne falling down, don't need to clean it up. Let's go another one. If I fall in too deep, won't you come with me? Comatose, make me weak. Drain me till I'm empty. What do you feel when it's finally over? And what do you say to start all over? How can you sleep when this bed's so sober? And what will you be without your
closer. I'm wondering now, were you just a poser? My body hurts, can't believe it's over. I hope you'll remember me when you grow older. No, I've been haunting you. And after all we've said and done, you're still my only one. We were never this broken, never this broken. We were never this broken, this broken.
All right, we had a brief break. And now we have another speaker who coincidentally has been on my podcast. If you're not subscribed, you should. His name is Edan Yago. Recently, he became even more famous than he previously was for verifying the first ZK proof on Bitcoin, ZK rollup, and much more. ZK proof, not a rollup yet. And right now he's working on Bitcoin OS. If you heard the name Edan Yago previously, he was mostly associated with Sovereign and the idea of building DeFi on Rootstock, which is a sidechain on Bitcoin. But as he said on my podcast, now he considers sidechains to be obsolete, and he's more focused on rollups. So welcome to the stage, Edan.
Thank you very much.
Take the floor.
My mic's on. We stand on the precipice of a period of unprecedented peace, freedom, and prosperity. And you don't need to do a damn thing. Bitcoin doesn't need to be anything or do anything. It just needs to exist. And all you need to do is buy Bitcoin and hodl Bitcoin. Because let me tell you what's about to happen. Let me tell you what is inevitable. What is inevitable is that governments are going to continue to print cash. They're going to continue to generate fiat. They're going to continue to be more indebted than they can possibly ever pay back. And as this happens, as more and more fiat printer goes vroom, the price of everything in comparison to Bitcoin is going to fall. And the price of Bitcoin in comparison is going to rise until eventually the only thing of any value is going to be BTC. And you, who have been wisely hodling Bitcoin, will be able to buy anything you want in a period of unprecedented peace, prosperity, and freedom. And better than that, the no-coiners who told you you were wrong, they will be forced to come crawling on their hands and knees just to tell you that you were right. All along, you were smarter than them, and to beg for your generosity and mercy, merely so that they can eat a small something in this new era of unprecedented prosperity. Please like and subscribe to my Bitcoin-only podcast, where every single week I will interview one of the same 6 or 7 guests who will tell you exactly this story, and we will also give you important tips on how you should never eat vegetables and buy plenty of guns in order to prepare for a period of unprecedented peace, freedom, and prosperity. When you say it like that, it sounds kind of dumb. And yet, for years and years and years, I've been going to conferences just like this and hearing this story in various ways told to me in basically this way. And then, especially if the conference was in like Miami or Nashville, lots of people getting up and screaming and cheering, and lots of podcasters making their entire lives off of this story. It's a simple story for simple folk. But the reality is much more complicated. The reality is that maybe fiat never collapses. Or even if we have periods of hyperinflation, maybe fiat comes back. In fact, that is usually what happens. We've seen many, many countries go through periods of hyperinflation. Israel, Argentina, the United States, Germany, the UK, and they've come back. France had revolution after revolution, but it never went away. And war, we've been told, is going to be ended because it's going to just be too expensive. As the discipline of Bitcoin makes borrowing impossible, it's going to be impossible for governments to wage war. But war was waged before there were governments, and war will be waged after they're no longer here. But perhaps the most crucial way in which the story is too simple is we can see what's happening right now. Large institutions are adopting Bitcoin. There's a Bitcoin ETF. The same people who are super excited about the new period of prosperity and freedom and peace are also very excited about the number go up ETF. And we've got a bigger problem. Because even if all of those things happened, even if, as we, in our deepest hearts and minds desire, the apocalypse were to arrive, it doesn't mean that we would be masters of the world, because Bitcoin simply cannot scale to perform transactions that would allow all of us to be able to buy all of the things that we want to buy. Bitcoin just doesn't do the job. It can't. So, a few years ago, we created the Lightning Network, and that was supposed to solve the problem. And now we have the benefit of hindsight, and we know that that hasn't solved the problem either. But the bigger issue is that there have always been two visions of what Bitcoin is and can be. Those two visions can basically be broken up into the simple and the comprehensive, and both of them were embraced by Satoshi, but not always by everyone else. The simple story of Bitcoin is that it's peer-to-peer electronic cash. And that is all it ever needs to be. And in fact, it's been simplified even further to be just an inert asset, to be digital gold. Okay. And the idea of the story that I told you at the beginning is that that's enough because, it's inevitable that that will just take over the world. But the more comprehensive story of Bitcoin, and if you think about it, sometimes the way I like to think about it is, Einstein had two theories of relativity, right? He had the special theory of relativity, which was extremely limited, and the general theory of relativity, which was more comprehensive. The more comprehensive story of Bitcoin is, I think, far more interesting and has also been with us from the very, very beginning. In Bitcoin version 0.1.0, there is the residue of the first dApp that was ever built on a blockchain. It was called Poker Lobby, and it was created by Satoshi Nakamoto. And in the initial version of Bitcoin, he was intending to embed not just BTC, the digital gold, but also the first decentralized application that could be part of an economy that uses this asset. Decentralized poker. And over the next few years, while Satoshi was still involved, there were many ideas like Namecoin and merge mining, and the idea that we can develop decentralized systems far beyond just BTC using, as Satoshi put it, the same CPU power. So the more comprehensive idea of what Bitcoin can be is that Bitcoin can be a platform with shared CPU power, a shared computing platform for decentralized systems, which effectively creates a decentralized economy around Bitcoin, and perhaps most importantly, allows us to interact through dApps, through the services in this economy, without intermediaries with Bitcoin, and allows us to scale Bitcoin in such a way that we no longer need to have trusted third-party intermediaries. Because if you look at where we are today with Bitcoin, you cannot do anything with it without going through trusted intermediaries. You want to buy something, you need to go through an exchange. You want to leverage it, you need to go through an ETF. You want to borrow against it, you're going to be probably going to some shady company which is going to go bankrupt in 6 months. We are surrounded in the Bitcoin economy with third parties who are security holes, these trusted intermediaries. And so what we've seen in the history of crypto, ever since, BitDNS and Namecoin, and afterwards Mastercoin and Colored Coins and Counterparty, what we've seen is that these two stories, the simple story and the comprehensive story, have basically broken up into two entirely different ecosystems. One we call Bitcoin, and the other one we call crypto. And crypto's not doing great, right? If you go onto Twitter today, you're going to basically read about two things. You're going to read about how Israel wiped out Hassan Nasrallah, and you're going to read about how Ethereum, its price is crashing in comparison to everything in the world, and Bitcoin is dead, and it's all over. But why is Ethereum suffering? Well, I've been a Bitcoin person for all of my years in this space, right? For now, I don't know, 14 or 15 years. But over the last few years, I've spent a lot of time going to the other side, the crypto world, like an explorer, you know, with one of those helmets and a microscope. And what I've discovered has explained to me why Ethereum is suffering, why Solana is suffering, why crypto is still a small fraction of Bitcoin. And it's really simple. It's because the people who have built an economy of Ponzi-nomics and speculation and giant casino, right? Really walking in the, in the not in the footsteps, they following on in the spirit of Satoshi, who wanted to bring, poker lobby to Bitcoin. They've built this giant casino, but what they really want to do in the casino is win Bitcoin. And the reason they want to win Bitcoin is because they trust Bitcoin is going to be there for 10 years and 20 years and 50 years. Because Bitcoin doesn't change. Because the nice thing about the simple digital gold story is that Bitcoin is permaware, it is reliable, it is not going anywhere. Whereas Ethereum gets upgraded every 6 months, it changes. Every single time they want to add a new feature, they need to change the whole system. It's software. It's not permaware, it's software. And software, nobody trusts. So everyone wants Bitcoin, but everyone with Bitcoin is not able to do anything with it. The reason I'm super excited, and the reason I asked to come speak about this particular subject, is because we've just gone through a whole series of conversations, right? Sergio, Alexei, Citrea with Orkun, and now myself. We're all talking about the same thing. What we're talking about is the fact that the split, which seems to have existed for now 15 years in Bitcoin, the split between the simple story and the comprehensive story, the split that is morphed into the split between Bitcoin and crypto, it's coming to an end. And this is very, very good news. It's very good news for crypto, and it's even better news for Bitcoin, and it's the best news for the world because we're about to enter into a real period of unprecedented peace, prosperity, and freedom. A few months ago, for the first time ever, we verified ZK proofs on Bitcoin mainnet. And what that means, and what you guys, if you've been in the room for the last few talks, have probably come to realize that means is that we now have the ability to take any VM, any code, compile it down to Bitcoin in the form of a ZK proof, write it, verify it to Bitcoin, and that means that we can basically have any smart contract or any functionality that we want on Bitcoin permissionlessly. And so this tension that has existed between the simple but extremely limited story of Bitcoin and the comprehensive but incredibly unstable story of crypto, we're bringing them together. We're bringing the band back together. And we're doing it on Bitcoin. So Alexei, who was here a while ago, was talking about how he's working on building a system to allow all of these different chains that exist out there to bridge their, assets into Bitcoin. And Orkun is working on a Bitcoin rollup. And we at Bitcoin OS, we're working on what we consider the OS part of it, the piece that will allow all of these different systems to compile down to Bitcoin and to be interoperable with each other. Secured by Bitcoin, utilizing the same shared CPU power, and interoperable with each other, so we're looking at one cohesive ecosystem for a cohesive story about Bitcoin. And that is an incredibly big deal. Just in terms of the use cases that we're currently seeing developers working on Bitcoin OS to build, here are 4. And the possibilities are endless, but here are 4. 1, trustlessly or very, very near trustless bridging to other ecosystems. Replacing WBTC, replacing TBTC, and replacing perhaps all of these other assets as the primary reserve asset, not just in Bitcoin, but in all of these different crypto chains. 2, the ability to build rollups to Bitcoin, secured by Bitcoin, which allow us to do 2 things. 1, scale Bitcoin effectively, infinitely, with very, very few compromises on security. And 2, the ability then to add any rule set that we want to Bitcoin, secured by Bitcoin, but utilized only by the people who opt into it. Right? So a hierarchical set of rules where you have Bitcoin consensus rules, and then on top of that, you can build more selective rule sets. Extremely powerful, effectively Turing complete powerful, right? 3rd thing, programmable tokens on Bitcoin. So, I said there were 2 ways of thinking about the Bitcoin chain, right? One is the simple, like the special theory of relativity is it's only for BTC. A more general way of thinking about it is that it is the best system ever devised for managing property rights. And we can now apply this more generally to various other kinds of properties. For the last 4 years, I've been working on a project called Sovereign. Sovereign is a company. It makes a lot of money. It has tens of thousands of users, has done billions of dollars in trades, pays people a dividend in BTC every single year, which is typically on the order of, depending on the year, between 7 and 19% annualized yield paid out in BTC, just from the trading and lending fees that Sovereign makes. And Sovereign is a company registered nowhere except for the blockchain. This is how you build an economy around an asset, how you take something like BTC and you turn it into a currency by building an economy native to it. Not only that, one of the challenges, the biggest challenges with the story of how we are inevitably going to move from store of value to medium of exchange requires that volatility go down. And I can promise you that volatility in Bitcoin is not going down anytime soon. Not for decades, maybe not ever. Because Bitcoin has this great thing where you can't make more of it. And so its price, in comparison to other things, is subject purely to supply and demand. And that, as anyone who's been in crypto or Bitcoin for any period of time knows, people get a bit over-optimistic and a bit, over-pessimistic violently. Greed, right, and fear are violent emotions which make the price go up and down. That's not going anywhere. In fact, we can look at examples in the past. Gold and oil today, they are, used by everything, and yet they're extremely volatile, despite the fact that OPEC has been trying to control their price, which no one can do with Bitcoin. So commodity assets are always volatile. So one of the things that we've done with Sovereign is we've built Bitcoin-backed stablecoins. They're not trustless, though, because we don't yet have trustless systems built on Bitcoin. But this is a way that we can introduce low volatility assets built on Bitcoin for a true Bitcoin economy. Assets, dollars, if you will, backed instead of by gold, by Bitcoin. So programmable tokens is a huge deal, and perhaps the most important one, to me at least, is the ability to build native privacy into Bitcoin transactions or build it into the rollups, the scalable execution environments, so that thousands of people, perhaps billions of people, can transact as part of a huge anonymity set and obscure the data that they're leaking to the world about their basic financial activity, which is something we absolutely need if we're going to utilize and trust Bitcoin as the primary way in which we act, in which we behave, in which we operate in the world. Now, the big deal right now is that this technology, right? So with BitSnark, we've already verified arbitrary computation on Bitcoin. We're now in the process of decentralizing it. A few days ago, we open sourced the first part of it. This is not something that we're talking about that is going to happen. This is already here, and now we're in the hard bit of making it useful. But that is going to be happening over the next months. Next year, we're going to start seeing the first rollups. We're going to start seeing the first privacy systems. We're going to start seeing the first scalability systems built on this. So Bitcoin is about to change. Bitcoin is going to make this question of should I use BTC, which doesn't do very much but is stable, is permaware, or should I use crypto, an obsolete question. Everything's going to get built on Bitcoin because we can. And because people will build on Bitcoin because it is the only system we have which actually makes sense for building anything. So coming back to the question that I asked, the mystery of why Ethereum and Solana, even though they can do so much more than Bitcoin, have never come close to taking over it. Those people themselves prefer Bitcoin as a long-term holding. And the fact of the matter is that despite what people, 20 and 30-year-old young men in basements hopped up on Red Bull and podcasts will tell you, most of finance, 99% of real financial activity and finance has nothing to do with payments or trade or speculation or casino. It has to do with wealth preservation. And that's true for individuals, whether it's savings accounts or pensions, mortgages or inheritance, and institutions, whether it's 30-year bonds, corporate bonds, large infrastructure projects which pay themselves out over 50 years, large M&A projects. All of these things have multi-decade time horizons. And the only system that we've built in code that has reliability for multi-decades is the permaware of Bitcoin. And that is why we're never going to see real-world assets, and we're never going to see anything outside of speculation on any of these other chains, because they're built to be ephemeral, or perhaps you could say ethereal, right? They're just not built to last, their software. And so we've been self-limiting as builders, as users, and as an industry, limiting ourselves to either hodling or speculation because we haven't built tools that are capable of managing financial assets, creating new financial assets, and generating new rule sets around them on a system which is reliable for 10, 20, 50, and 100 years. But now we have one. It's called Bitcoin. It was always going to be Bitcoin, and it's becoming a reality now. I have never thought that Bitcoin is inevitable. I've always thought that that was an extremely silly thing to say. Nothing in human affairs and in the chaos of the universe is inevitable. Bitcoin and where it ends up is entirely dependent on our ability to create a free market, create the right incentives, no one understood that better than Satoshi, and unleash the innovative energy and potential of developers. Well, we're doing that now with Bitcoin. And so now, I think we can actually say with seriousness that we have the opportunity, although not the inevitability, but we have the reality that we can now build truly a period of unprecedented peace, freedom, and prosperity. And it's going to be built on Bitcoin. Thank you. I don't know if anyone will have questions after that, although maybe somebody misunderstood and will want to ask me what the link to my podcast is. But if anyone does, I'm happy to take them. We've got a couple more minutes. Awesome. Thank you very much, guys.
Oh, stay on stage, because we're going to have a panel, and you're in it. You're not? Interesting. No, you're right. I thought that all the speakers were on it. So is everyone from the panel? No.
You're not joining us for the panel. Oh, that one? No. Just do it. Cool.
you around. We'll do that debate with Paul. All right, so thank you very much for waiting for this elaborate setup to be made. We're going to have a panel which is going to close today's conference or today's edition. We have almost all of the previous speakers with the exception of Edan who left. So would you please welcome Alexei Zamiatin, also Sergio, Orkun, Janus is the one who will be moderating, I guess. And we also have Rena Shah. Is it Shah or Shah?
Shah, like Shah 256.
Like Shah, king in Persian.
I like Shah 256.
Are we rolling? I think we're good to go. We got a little countdown clock here too. This is nice setup. I really like the venue a lot, actually. I think the venue's actually quite sick. But guys, how is everyone doing today? How are we feeling?
Great.
Feeling good after all the travel. Token 2049, I bet, was a bit rough to come all the way over from Singapore, but it feels good. Cool. We're going to talk about L2s. Everyone in the room, just share, like, showcase of hands. Who's familiar with like what's going on in the L2 space right now? There's like 50 Bitcoin L2s, 100 Bitcoin L2s, but they're not L2s because L2s aren't real. Just like birds aren't real, L2s aren't real. I don't think a lot of people got that reference, but I just want to get your guys' like the topic of the panel is to separate the hype from reality. I think everyone here is building actually really exciting things and is doing a lot of research and upcoming upgrades. So I just want to get your guys' take on, you know, what's going on in the space, what you think caused all this interest and caused all of this development, and what you think are like some of your not your own projects, but other projects you're actually really looking at and thinking about. They're doing really interesting research. So I guess let's start with Orkun. What's your overall thoughts?
I think I'm a bit on the side that like these are not L2s if they don't have like unilateral exits. But apart from the technical points, yeah, I think all of the people here were here before the booming Bitcoin L2s. Like obviously Stacks and Rootstock were building for years. And I think I met with like Alexei before all the like L2 hype came up this year. Obviously Bitcoin is very like valuable asset. So if there's something to build on, people will start building on. But a lot of these people is also here for just grabbing the quick money and leaving. But you are doing us work to like just determine which one is the good or which one is the worst. But yeah.
So favorite projects outside of Citria, or you're looking at Rootstock and Stacks as things you think are really interesting?
Not favorite projects. If they would favorite, I wouldn't build Citria. But I obviously admire a lot of like technical choices they did. And I also learn from their mistakes, which is good for me.
Okay, cool. And Sergio, you've been building in the space for what, 10, 12 years now? Yeah. Like, what's your take on the new side chains coming to market, new L2s? Like, what's your overall take, and what are you looking forward to the most?
So I was talking with Rina in the backstage about how difficult it is to transform a working system, change consensus like Stack is doing, or change the bridge like Rootstock wants to do. And you have to be very, very conservative. You have to plan. There will be lots of audits, a lot of testing, and these are projects that take 2 years or maybe take 1 year in our case. While the new projects, they don't have money, it's already locked. They don't have 3,000 Bitcoins that can be lost that belong to the people. So obviously they can go experiment, and you know, if it falls, it's you know, maybe they don't lose anything. But for projects that are well established, we have to be very conservative. So I think I was the only one that I proposed a roadmap for our transformation that was a 1 year time. And all the other projects, obviously, they say, okay, let's do it in 4 months, right? So it's very difficult to do something production ready in 4 months. But I understand that you can take a lot more risks if you are, you know, starting from zero. So that's how I see it. The ones that have more time in this ecosystem are much more conservative. Even if we are embracing the latest technology, we will take more time to make all the necessary reviews for the technology to be sound.
Okay, and Reina, I want to build on that really quickly. What's it been like working in the Stacks ecosystem, going through the Nakamoto upgrade and then also going into like the SBTC upgrade? Like, what's the overall like planning, strategically thought process going into all of that? And yeah, just want to get some insight there.
Well, I guess that the Nakamoto upgrade that all of you have alluded to is the most important thing for stacks. We're essentially ripping out the entire consensus mechanism of stack and upgrading the stack to have Bitcoin finality 100%. So if Bitcoin reorgs, stack will have to reorg as well. So virtually impossible to hack stacks because we're going to have to reorg Bitcoin first. But what's like really interesting about this kind of L2 stack and like where we're all sitting at is Stacks has been one of the OGs alongside Rootstock, and like we together have created the entire narrative of building on Bitcoin, L2s, all of these things came from the work that we've always believed in the vision that Bitcoin needed to scale with products and dApps, and no one really thought about that for many years, but a few builders that were contrarians always figured that re-harnessing Bitcoin security was the right way to go because you have a solid bedrock. On the SBTC side, each one of our projects have like our own way of how we're bridging Bitcoin in and basically deploying it on an L2. Stacks is launching SBTC. But I think what really matters is the idea of on-chain Bitcoin that can be deployed in DeFi and like other activities. And for us, what we're kind of most bullish about is really unlocking Bitcoin DeFi more so than anything else. So we're building different protocols and DEXs to kind of bring any form of all of our equivalent Bitcoins together.
Okay, very cool. And then Alexei, you've been researching Bitcoin bridges for years. There seems to be a lot of, I guess, skepticism around BitVM at times. What's kind of your response to that? And do you look at like the bridged conversation as competitive? Do you look at like soft forks and the soft fork proposals as being competitive with BitVM, or do you view those things as like more complementary?
I mean, well, whether competitive or complementary is hard to say because there's so many different ones. Of course, like if we could get to a point where we can execute a full ZK verifier in script without, having to do it off-chain and optimistic, would that be great? I mean, I think we all believe that that is ideally what the future should look like. On the other hand, the question is how practical will that be? How long will it take us to agree on what kind of opcode gets added? Do we agree at all? And one thing that I've learned is not to bet on these things. I would not bet my business on Bitcoin changing. I mean, the whole point of Bitcoin, if you talk to a lot of people that hold BTC, is like, well, it's predictable. It doesn't change often. So I generally think it's synergetic because the infrastructure that is built around BitVM2 is likely going to be applicable to the bridge designs, even if OPCAT happens. I still think that it's likely going to be too expensive for most Bitcoin layer 2s, especially ones that are newer and don't have millions of users, to really continuously execute these on-chain proofs. And as such, they will likely use fraud-proof designs as well, and then it's actually synergetic because with OPCAT, you get rid of some of the trusted setup assumptions in BitVM2. You can use a Stark instead of a Snark, and you can actually also reduce the costs of like the fraud proofs. So that actually is quite synergetic, and if we had OPCAT, BitVM would be much easier, and we'd probably also be talking about, optimizing Snark or Stark verifiers in script right now rather than fraud proofs, but we don't have it, and I don't know if we will, so that's why we focus on what's possible. And my general take was, okay, if there is really consensus on a fork, we probably know at least 6 months in advance. I would assume it's not something that happens overnight. So being pragmatic, well, okay, well then even with 6 months is a lot of time if you want to build something. So yeah.
So we're going to push for opgroth 16 verify.
Sorry?
Opgroth 16 verify.
You're not going to get me to say that I like one soft fork or the other.
Okay, so I think though the big thing that's I think changing from maybe like the last 4 to 5 years is the discussion around the bridging mechanism to peg Bitcoin into some smart contract and a mint the token on the other side. We're improving that, so that gives us, like what you mentioned earlier, Alexei, close to kind of the trust assumption that L2s or rollups might have in Ethereum. That's kind of the consensus, I would say. Orkin, when did you guys start thinking about building this type of rollup on Bitcoin? Because you were doing this before the bridge, kind of the explosion in bridge design and research happened.
So like from our observation, it was like early last year, like with ordinals that I mentioned on my presentation as well. There was like a lot of activity on Bitcoin L1, and Bitcoin L1 couldn't scale that activity, obviously. And the other like side systems or L2s, they also failed to get the traction of these activity. and just like offload some of the load from Bitcoin. So our idea was, okay, let's build a rollup on Bitcoin where people can do much more expressive stuff than it's already exists on the L1. So the idea wasn't actually scale like 100x, but it was more like scaling the ability of Bitcoin by adding a general purpose VM so people can actually deploy applications like privacy applications, like exchange, and those applications will be secured just by Bitcoin, nothing else, and people will use their assets on that platform so they don't bloat the L1 UTXO set, for example. So it wasn't actually start from like the scaling perspective, but more like bringing more features to Bitcoin. And our initial bridge design, this was I think May last year, was your paper called Exclaim, right? It's like the base of like I think SBTC2. So our design was also like based on this idea where there's a like maybe Tether, USDT, or like some other currency that over-collateralize the bridge, and you can bridge Bitcoin. So it was permissionless federation, basically, with economic security. But then with BitVM paper, we just allocated our ZK team to BitVM, which like full of gold and silver medalists in Olympiads. So they're like extremely smart guys. And I think in a couple of weeks, they said to me that, okay, we can actually build a ZK verifier using this primitive. And we did a hacker house. We were already communicating with you back then. So we implemented the 0 version of BitVM in Rust and kind of validated the idea, and then started working on the bridge. So it was almost a year ago that we started working on a BitVM-based bridge, but it was more than a year ago that we started building a rollup.
Okay, very cool. And I think so that with that context in mind, like we're working towards having these more improved trust assumptions on the bridging side, SBTC, various variations of BitVM. Looking past that, what are the applications that do you think these types of side systems can provide? So like I look at Arc and Lightning, mainly focusing on like payments. When we look at these kind of like sidechain EVM-based systems, I know Stacks is doing Clarity. Like what type of applications do you guys think are going to be interesting and bring more users onto these systems?
I mean, you can do everything.
Yeah.
Right. That's the whole selling point. I can do payments. I can send you Bitcoin. It's fast. It's almost as fast as Lightning. It's cheaper.
Yeah, but it's an account-based model, and it's completely public. And I don't know if that's like well suited for payments.
You can do privacy.
It's debatable.
It's debatable.
But you can also plug it into. But then you also can plug it through Tornado Cash if you really want. I'm not advocating for this on camera, by the way, please. But you know, you could. So I think that's the advantage. You're more flexible, and it's more accessible to builders. Versus on Lightning, you're constrained to only doing payments, which is fine.
Yeah.
But for apps.
Yeah, I think that, of course, you can even improve Lightning with channel factories. There is a lot to do with BitVMX or BitVM on that side. I still think that connecting to sidechains or rollups, it's the main application because now you get to access to privacy. And the thing is that, and we might differ in this point, but Bitcoin can be very, very costly at congestion time. Relying on Bitcoin space as data availability when there's congestion is obviously super painful. It won't work for financial inclusion. It won't work for privacy-preserving payments or confidential payments. So for me, it's let's build layers too. Let's connect them in the most trust-minimized way, and then we can do everything on those systems. And I really want, apart from Rootstock, to be other competing systems. And later on, those systems can be interconnected. And that's how the Bitcoin layer 2 ecosystem grows, is when these different solutions get interconnected. And so you won't mind if you're using Bitcoin to do payments over Lightning, but in the same wallet, you will be using your same Bitcoins to do DeFi on Rootstock. But you just wouldn't mind where the Bitcoins are because you know they are equally secure.
Like the most basic case, I think, is buying Bitcoin. That everyone here is using exchange to buy Bitcoin. But like with Citra, there's a world that you can actually have like fiat pegged or stable pegged like coin that is backed by Bitcoin, and you can hold it anytime, and then you can buy Bitcoin without asking to anyone, without going through any custodial or centralized exchange. And by still holding like these Bitcoin-backed tokens, you will still get the Bitcoin security if you are just running a Bitcoin core node. So I think that's like very good improvement over the existing landscape. But yeah, there are a lot of ways to like improve these solutions, and they obviously make trade-offs. Nothing is perfect. Like some, like like merge mining sidechains, they're good, but they're not equally Bitcoin secure. They have another assumption which like X% of the miners will be honest, and they can be dishonest by being honest on Bitcoin main chain too. So that's a very strong assumption, but still it's a trade-off and it's cheap. So people will simply find their way using which one is better suited for their needs.
And what do you think from like, yeah, I think you're the only team represented up here that's not doing the EVM. So like from the application perspective, how do you guys think about this, and what are you seeing that's like really exciting coming up in the market?
For us, like the most interesting thing that we're kind of orchestrating and building towards is restaking with Bitcoin. So the idea of using BTC capital for economic security to build your protocols on top. And so for us, what we were really thinking about is we could have gone EVM, like that could have been a path, but many Bitcoiners don't quite agree with anything that touches proof of stake. And so we really wanted to stay kind of true to proof of work by recycling it. And that's why Clarity kind of took that approach. But from like in the application standpoint, in the Stacks community, we're kind of divided across different verticals. Most of our builders are in DeFi. Everybody just wants to use BTC on chain and deploy it however they wish to do. Think about like what would have happened if like BlockFi was on chain. None of us would have been wrecked. And so like just basic use cases that exist that we take for granted in all other ecosystems have never been built on Bitcoin until like this standpoint.
Okay, so the idea is that maybe another way to look at it is like we're leveling up. Like we're getting Bitcoin applications or Bitcoin-centric applications to a place where they're similar to what people are doing on Ethereum or other ecosystems today. Is that a way to look at it, that we're just like leveling up and getting there, or are we trying to maybe differentiate from a market perspective?
I think, so I often get asked this question, what can you do on Bitcoin L2s that you can't do on Ethereum today? And that's the wrong question. You can do everything you can do on Ethereum, right? And once we have Bitcoin secured bridges and we actually get to this place where we're always all working towards, you can do everything that you can do on Ethereum with Bitcoin. But as you said, you're leveling the playing field. So far, like you can do a lot of things on the Ethereum side, and everybody just picks Ethereum when they build their new product. They don't go to Bitcoin. Because, like, I mean, it's so hard. The go-to-market is slow. You take years instead of months. And from business perspective, right now, ETH is the right choice. You have the network effect, you have the liquidity and institutional integrations. Well, that's what the first thing that's the first thing we need to achieve, is we need to level the playing field, because otherwise, if we always keep chasing Ethereum, they've had billions of dollars of capital pumped into the system. They build very good products, very good infrastructure. It's not going to stop. So if you do something completely different, you know, we're going to have a hard time catching up. And I think that is what kind of has always kind of concerned me about this, the Lightning side of things, is it lacks pragmatism. And we have to be pragmatic. Like, Bitcoin is not going to change a lot. Well, we have ways to build things on top of Bitcoin, which will ideally accrue fees back to Bitcoin as well. And instead of having all the Bitcoin go to other networks, well, it could be it could be used within an ecosystem that is built on top of BTC itself. But ideally, if we actually want to get to that point, and I'm of the strong opinion, like, we have to offer a similar service as an ETH L2 does or Solana does. If we cannot get there, people will not go to Bitcoin L2s. And yes,
Sergio, I want to bring you in on this, because you guys have had this system that's been EVM compatible for years. So what from your perspective, how are you kind of looking forward and thinking about the future development roadmap?
Yeah, so at the beginning, imagine we bring EVM compatibility into the hands of Bitcoin maxis. Like, what, are you crazy? Like, it was very hard to bring, but my stance was that, you know, it doesn't matter what VM you are using. It matters that you have developers behind it, pushing it forward and programming it and creating libraries and creating toolchain, right? That's what matters. And bringing EVM to Bitcoin was the best decision we could ever make, because now we have all the developers writing Solidity code, all the experience in writing Solidity code. Even if at the beginning there were plenty of security problems, they are now gone. Now we are using new opcodes to prevent reentrancy attacks and all kinds of problems that had in the past. And so we are in the best possible scenario. What is the main difference between Rootstock and the ecosystem that is being created around Bitcoin L2s compared to Ethereum is that Ethereum at some point in time will have a token fragmentation problem. Like currently, it's positive, like you get a lot of capital because each new L2 has its own token, so everybody gets money, we are built, but at the end, long term, these are different tokens with different alignments. So how is the base layer going to respond to that? It's going to be left behind or what? And what we are building on top of Bitcoin is a single, we all believe in Bitcoin as a storage of value, and that unites us. And so I think that even if in the short term we get less interest for some, VCs, in the long term, it's a winning situation.
Maybe to add, I do disagree with you here.
I know.
Rejecting, like, one of the things that makes, blockchain has existed for long before Bitcoin. The technology was there. What made it work was the financial aspect. And I do think that rejecting any other asset than Bitcoin is dangerous because there are reasons to have other tokens.
Totally.
A lot of them are nonsense, speculation. But how did Bitcoin start? Like online casinos, poker. So I think, and that's, I think, also something that we've seen change in the Bitcoin community, which I find is important. Everybody should be able to use these technologies for what they see fit. As long, of course, I'm not there's a lot of illegal stuff that you should not be doing, right? But why is my use case better than yours? It's not. Like, if I want to, that's the same with ordinals. If I want to put data on Bitcoin, I should be able to do so. And if I want to make a new token, I should be able to do so because, well, maybe I think it's a good reason. I mean, of course, if I'm trying to promote a scam, that's terrible, of course. But there's a lot of legit use cases out there that use other digital asset forms. And that I do think is something L2s will enable also on Bitcoin. So I don't see that kind of being too different from what you see in Ethereum. It's just going to be on Bitcoin, and the fees will accrue to Bitcoin for people to experiment.
Yeah, I love experimentation. I see there's no two sides. It's just a gamut of possibilities. Like, you can just create any number of spammy tokens, and that's one, just to pump them, or you can be a maximalist. And there is some positions in the middle. Like, you can have a governance token to change your consensus, for example. But I'm more inclined to the maxi side than to the other kind of side. I think it has some perverse incentives. But yeah, there is a gamut of possibilities there.
I want to add one really simple point that maybe we haven't talked on. All of us in our own L2 landscape are doing the unsung hero work, because think about what is Bitcoin right now. Most ETFs went live this year, right? So we have more and more Bitcoin going into bank custody, where all of us are taking our own approach for people to do on-chain activity, and that is the entire point.
Yeah. So, but I wanna build on that's a really good point, because it's about ensuring it doesn't go into the bank, so we don't have to scale with custodial solutions. But a thing I want to talk about now is something you both were kind of just mentioning earlier, is the alignment. So for example, if you are some L2 system and you have a token and you want to make that useful, you might build some consensus protocol that does something else, and let's say it's a sequencer, and you have this new sequencer with a token. What if the token accrues in value and eventually becomes this really big thing? Then you have to make that decision of what you're aligning with. Are you aligning with your token, or are you aligning with Bitcoin? There could be these decisions down the road where you could have splits in alignment and maybe breaking away from being a Bitcoin L2 because it's not in the best interest of the project. What do you guys think about the necessity of aligning with Bitcoin, the asset, and aligning with Bitcoin miners long term? Because that's something the security budget's a topic and all these different things.
I'm going to bring Stacks example, but in the good sense. Stacks, in the beginning, there was some attacks from Bitcoin miners against Stacks because there was not good alignment. And now they have changed that. They are much closer in alignment with Bitcoin to combine those communities. And I think that's positive. But there was a time where there was not clear alignment between those two groups.
Yeah, Stacks got a lot of hell because obviously we have a token and it's used for gas. That's the purpose of the token. Mm-hmm. But when you mine a Stacks block, you must commit Bitcoin. And that Bitcoin is securing to Bitcoin miners too. And so it's a symbiotic relationship that we're always going to do something good back for Bitcoin. So when you stack Stacks, your native yield is BTC. It is not the Stacks token. And so we've always believed that any L2, whatever your consensus is, if you're not doing something good back for Bitcoin security budget or miners, it's not worth it.
Okay, Orkin, you're paying.
Yeah.
You're gonna pay a lot of money in DA fees. So
Yeah, like in our case, we are just specifically choosing Bitcoin as DA layer. The first reason is it is the only way to get like 100% security, including the double spend resistance and the data availability guarantees. And the second is to be aligned with Bitcoin, because what we should like build on Bitcoin shouldn't just extract value from Bitcoin. It should bring value to Bitcoin. And what we do is just a mathematical compression of transactions to make them cheaper than the main chain. But all the compressed transactions still go to the L1 and pay a lot of DA fees to Bitcoin miners. There are a lot of stuff that you can maybe like just have a percentage of the miners that secure something and gets the reward. But in this case, you are just paying by like in-round payments simply. You are just paying in the block. So even if it's a like pool, all the money goes to the miners, not to the pool, for example, depending on their payment scheme. But yeah, that's why we choose Bitcoin as the layer. But obviously, we have a lot of plans to like improve it. Our plan is to like not divide the user base into like someone that doesn't want to pay any Bitcoin fee and one wants to pay a fee to Bitcoin. So in that case, we are building volition model, which you simply divide the blockchain into two, but they're still interoperable because they are the same blockchain. But one half of the blockchain sends data to some off-chain place, and the other half sends to the on-chain, which is the Bitcoin. So we give option to the users instead of taking option as like the protocol builders. And we think this is the best way to align with Bitcoin. If people want to align with Bitcoin, they can. If not, they cannot. But we are not the ones that's making this decision.
And Alexei, anything to add on that?
I mean, I think there needs to be an alignment, obviously, right? I mean, think about it in like 3.5 years when the next halving happens, and the next halving, and the next halving, right? None of the Bitcoin L2s will work if Bitcoin's economic security model breaks. And there's a very good paper about, what happens to Bitcoin without the block reward, and, when you start seeing instabilities that could occur because of like game theoretic results of, blocks being worth a lot compared, like block A is worth a lot, the next one is not. But on the other side, is it really the right time to extract value from new L2s on day one? No, probably not. So what I would like to personally see is this stronger alignment between Bitcoin consensus participants, the mining pools and the mining operators, with the new builders. And I think that's already happening. Because sure, like let's say you use merge mining, you post data to Bitcoin, you staking. Staking is maybe a bit different, but like if you're actually just paying fees to the L1, that makes sense. But you don't start extracting value from something that's new, a startup, something new that could grow on day one. You try to make it grow more, make it cheaper, and then once we've actually managed to scale this, then the fees will accrue. So I think there needs to be a balance found between these two kind of sides of like the Bitcoin community. Because think about it, if Bitcoin L2s are much more expensive than ETH L2s or Solana, I don't think people are going to use them. And we can prevent that, right? There can be subsidies, it can be made cheaper. There can be also changes to Bitcoin that could make this cheaper in the future. So I think that's a conversation that is to be had if Bitcoin L2s are to be competitive. Because again, we're not building in isolation. And I don't think, like if you zoom out from this conference, from even the Ethereum world, the millions of new users, they really won't care if it settles on Bitcoin or not. If they have a secure way to use Bitcoin, they will prefer that. But BitVM can also be used to bridge Bitcoin to other chains. Mm-hmm. And here we have to be careful, right? If Bitcoin is, and L2s on Bitcoin are always going to be more expensive and slower than what you can do on other networks, well, then we have a problem. So that's, I think, alignment, yes, but there needs to be also, I guess, compromise, especially initially.
Okay, yeah. And we're up on time here, and I know that Rootstock Labs is hosting a party tonight. We don't want to miss that, so I just wondering, any final thoughts, like what in terms of like next steps on research? Like these sound like some interesting problems that you've just brought up. Like, what do you think as an ecosystem we could potentially do to accelerate this development and accelerate the discussion around potential solutions to the things we talked about today?
I mean, I've said so much, right? I mean, I guess on BitVM it's collaboration, right? That's why we try to contribute to like the BitVM2 research. So there's like a proper write-up for BitVM2 that then everybody can contribute to and use. And I just don't believe in everybody, taking their own thing and like building in isolation. It's good in some cases, but as long as you contribute back. And I think that's already happening, and it's great to see.
Yeah. So BitVM only happened a year ago, and we started as soon as the paper was published. We found better and better and better. We improve it all the time. We are still improving it. Like the improvements that I presented that we are going to open source soon. These are things that anyone can use. And I'm pretty sure that the moment we publish a paper with some advancement, then Alexei will come and will take that and make it better. So I think we are still in a steep curve of innovation, and the system that we build in 1 year maybe will be different than the systems that we are building now. So you have to be prepared for new discoveries that will completely reshape this VM ecosystem.
Yeah, I think for developers, I definitely agree, and for users, I think the best thing to do right now is just experimenting all of these solutions, like trying all the new things and determining which one is the best for use case and which kind of security level you are fine to trust with to the solution, and just experiment with this, because if you find fit for your needs, then you can just use it instead of just being skeptical and doing nothing with your Bitcoin.
I think it's well known that Stacks was publicly the first L2 to support BitVM and is actually funding most of the research, and so there's always been alignment. But what actually I'm drawing from all of us is that we all together, all the L2s are actually working together in its own possible ways to actually bring something back to Bitcoin, and none of us are working in isolation. All of us are quite friendly and open about what we're building.
So I guess to separate the hype from reality, teams producing legitimate research consistently, upgrading their protocols on a consistent basis, and that are collaborating in public and not building in isolation and are being very clear about the trust assumptions related to the protocols. That's a good way to sum up the splitting the hype from the reality.
Yeah.
Cool. I think we're good.
So before you guys go, I'd like to take the opportunity to say how awesome it is to have you guys all up here going, no, I've got the best solution. It's fucking amazing, yeah? Bitcoin is exciting again. Some of the top people in the space, thank you so much for joining us here. Really, I have so much respect for every one of you. Rootstock party, man. Let's go and have a beer.
Let's go.
And we'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. So we're starting an hour later than we did this morning. And so let's have dinner and a beer and see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for coming today.
Anytime.